Warning. The Dragon Between podcast may contain language and adult humor that is unsuitable for those 13 years and younger. Viewer discretion is advised. You're listening to the Dragon Between podcast, a 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons campaign that takes place in the Eberron pulp fantasy setting created by Keith Baker. New episodes are recorded every Sunday and are released on the following week. You can find the video version on the YouTube channel. And if you like what you see and hear, feel free to drop us a like, comment, and don't forget to subscribe. You can also follow us on Facebook and Twitter for updates and news on the podcast. Thank you for listening, and now on with the show. We last met after defeating the ogres, freeing Licorice, and befriending the samurai warriors from Clan Ashta. The characters and their escort rode off to the northeast, spending 2 days galloping through the muck and autumn rain. On the second evening, the wizard Eli excused himself from camp and communicated with his Jinni friend, Zephorr of Sarania. The Jinni responded back with haste, inviting the wizard to visit him on his home plane. Eli crept back to camp and summoned his companions, Sans, Auri, and Ender, of whom had turned in for the night early. Zephorr then opened a portal and the characters passed through, leaving the material plane behind once again. The group arrived on a floating island with an open-air marble temple at its center. Zephorr then invited them to relax and enjoy refreshments as he and the wizard completed their business. Eli then asked for a bend in reality, casting of a wish spell so that he might change his fate and help his friends. Eli asked Zephorr to change his field of study at the College of the 12 to that of the School of Divination. Zephorr agreed to grant this request upon Eli's signature of a legal document of sorts, using his own blood as ink to make his mark on the scroll. The Jinni's demeanor turned sinister almost immediately, and it was revealed that Eli had just signed his fate away, and that the Jinni was a radiant idol in disguise. These scantily clad attendants all around them then transformed into small and fiery magmen and attempted to subdue the characters. The party moved to defend Eli as invisible threats materialized, including a hulking creature covered in machinery that appeared to absorb and utilize magic to vitalize itself and strike out, and a large mechanical construct which descended from the cloud cover above, attacking with piston-like arms and arcs of lightning, and a dwarf-like being with fiery hair and a large warhammer. As the battle raged on, the group discovered that the real Jinn was held under a force field of some kind. With determination and great resolve, the characters destroyed the radiant idol and its lackeys. After taking a moment to survey their surroundings, the party learned that they were trapped on a demiplane called the Iron Lands, an endless landscape of metallic trees that grow razor-sharp leaves made of adamantine. The weakened Zephorr sought help from his master, an elemental being that referred to itself as Khan Arjax. Eli then asked the being for immediate assistance with his contract, but was declined. The being called Khan then offered the wizard help in exchange for the group's help in finding and returning a long-lost spear called Vinsif. Khan then opened a portal back to Eberron and promptly made their exit, leaving Zephorr to finish his business with Eli and his friends. With the familiar sounds of the swamp at night once again all around them, Eli gazed down at the scroll clutched in his hand. Ender, you fell asleep very quickly. Campfire was warm. Your bedroll out, you're sitting there looking up at the stars, the sounds of the creatures around you, and you drift off very quickly. And in your sleep, you begin to have a dream. You're ascending a stone-cut staircase along a cliff wall. The stone case goes up and up, wrapping around this cliff wall. You run your hand along the edges, and it feels familiar to you. And you continue to ascend what feels like forever. until suddenly, as you turn the corner, you see the cliff wall abruptly ends. The apex of this place that you've been ascending. And as you take the final step up onto this plateau, impossibly high, looking all around you, the night sky, an expanse above you, the ring of Hubris, golden band in the distance, the moons, various shapes and distances and sizes. Looking out before you across this plateau, you see the familiar training grounds, the birthplace of your clan. Various buildings perched on these outstretched crags, connected by bridges. Off in the distance, you see the main ancestral forge that once became a meeting house for all the clans. This place is familiar, but is also unfamiliar. It's a bit desolate. You feel a chill wind raising hairs on the back of your neck. And in the distance, seated in the ground, you can see a lone katana sword sunk several inches into the ground. And as you begin to approach it, it suddenly emulates with blue flame, traveling up out of the ground along the blade towards the hilt. And in the distance, you see now shapes begin to form of warriors in splint armor. They all drift into view, coming into focus, as if they're manifesting out of nothing. And one by one, they put their hands to their side, their hip, resting on the hilt of their blades, and each, in unison, pull their katana swords, holding them up, pointing at angles towards the center, towards where this sword is. And then you wake up.
Sorry, I just got back. What? I'm just kidding. Awesome. And I wake up. What do I wake up to?
You wake up
to... Is my party there? Or are they all just chilling, smoking a hookah with the genie?
You wake to the familiar sight of the samurai who have been accompanying towards Heartholm for the last few days. Glancing around, the campfire is lower than it was when you fell asleep. The embers still burning. You can see off in the distance a very peaceful looking Auri, fast asleep. A few of the samurai have also fallen asleep. Some close to the fire, some not. A few of them are still up, still talking. You don't see the rest of your companions. And several feet.
Did you say that Ari was there?
Ari is there. She is asleep. And you, with your passive of 18, see in the distance, in the tree cover, a brilliant sliver of light appear. And then, after a few moments, it winks out of existence.
Is there another samurai that's awake that might have saw that?
There are two individuals, one that you know to be Jekt and another one that you know to be Radabon. They're not paying attention. They're both turned away from there, and they're just sort of huddled close to each other, just chit-chatting.
I'm going to approach Jekt and Rabadon and hopefully not come off as rude or anything, but point up in the sky where I saw that flash of light.
It was actually not in the sky. It was in the horizon over beyond the camp and the tree cover to the south west, away from the camp.
I'm going to point at the horizon then, where I saw that light, and ask Jekt if he knows what that was.
And Jecht immediately, seeing you, he stands up at attention, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and he says, "Did you see something?" He looks to you. He looks to his companion.
I saw a beam of light over the horizon to the south. I'm going to point in the direction I saw it.
He looks over in that direction. He says to Radabon, "We should probably go look at that. Do you mind accompanying us, or would you prefer to stay here with your friend?"
Have it no other way.
Very well. Come along. Radabon has now pulled out a longbow, and he's already knocking an arrow. Jecht leading the way, unless you prefer to do so.
I'll lead the way.
Okay. It takes not too long, a minute and a half, 2 minutes maybe, and you reach a point. It's still pitch black out, but with your dark vision, you can make out shapes of humanoids that are standing in somewhat of a semicircle, not completely uniform, at various distances. One is a little bit more diminutive. Jecht looks to you and he says, "Be ready for anything."
Have they noticed us yet?
Let's see.
I have amazing stealth.
Have you been moving stealthily? You can move make a stealth check.
Well, I guess I would have been, yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Oops, that's twice.
Oh, I think it rolled a disadvantage because you're wearing splint armor.
Goodbye, 17. Goodbye.
Aw. So there.
Hey, you guys!
As you step forth, as you're about to say something to Jecht, your hand on the hilt of your weapon, you step on a piece of dry wood that cracks under your foot. And Lithana, Red, you turn around and look in the direction of the sound, and you can now see shapes not too far away from where you all are. Are any of you using a light source?
No, we're all orcs, right? Half orcs?
Yeah, you're all half orcs, so you all have dark vision.
Would not be. We had no use for that.
Lithana or Red, are any of you using a light source, or are you using your dark vision?
Just dark vision.
Yeah, just dark vision for Red as well.
Okay, you now see 3 shapes that look like they were moving very, very carefully, and one of them is out ahead of the others, and look like they have just stopped as they were just approaching all of you.
I'm going to stop Radabon and Jecht and tell them that I think they heard us, and prepare yourselves.
Okay, at this point, you guys are far enough away that, like, music can see you guys. He starts to look in that direction. He looks and he says, "Hey, Lithana, is there something over there we need to be worried about?"
Let me go check it out.
Okay. What about you? What about you, Red? Yeah,
Red is just going
they
to
wouldn't see
on over.
They wouldn't see Lithana at all. That's why I asked if you guys had a light source going.
Oh.
Because Lithana is invisible to creatures with dark vision.
Fancy. Red would probably just pull out her blade and like kind of just stomp over.
Okay.
This one has had enough for the night. If you mean harm, you best turn around now.
Ender, you clearly hear and understand the familiar sound of Red's voice, and you can see now as she's getting closer to the 3 of you, pulling out her great sword, 9 Lives Stealer.
I'm terrified. I'm now am Red's enemy, and I'm going to sheath my sword, and I'm going to say, okay,
Yeah, hearing Red, it's been a couple of days. You guys have been traveling with the samurai, so they're familiar with what you all sound like. So as Jekt and Radabon are looking at your reaction, they now call out and they say, "It's okay. It's only us. We came to check on a light."
Oh, are you? You guys are obviously fine. What was that light all about?
Red would point her sword back at Eli. The magic man decided we needed to go on another adventure.
I'm gonna chuckle. How far away are we from camp?
You're not that far away. It's literally a few hundred feet.
Okay, good. Then I don't have to rush back and keep Ari safe or anything like that.
Oh no, there's like 5 or 6 other samurai over there.
I'm going to approach my team and ask them if I can be of service.
And as you get closer now, your eyes adjusting. They're much closer to you now. You're still seeing shades of gray if no one's using a light source. You see a larger individual, a bit wider, wearing a vest, a sash around their waist, and they have dreaded hair that cascades over on the sides, and they have a sort of a light colored skin. It's hard to tell in the dark, but in the light from the moons, this person appears to have almost like an ethereal look to their skin, reflecting from the moonlight. And when he sees you, he just sort of grins in your direction as you get closer. And it appears to be the djinn that Eli spoke to in the cavern a few days ago.
I'm going to silently wave.
He just sort of nods at you. He's resting his hand on both of his hands on his sash around his waist, his belt.
From somewhere in the darkness, and you can't see Lithana, you just hear, well, it will be nice to go home and get some rest after a crazy night.
A voice out of the darkness, an invisible form, speaks with the familiar sound of Lithana, not too far away from you, Ender.
Right up in his ear. No, I'm just kidding.
Right up in his ear.
Shall we go back?
Yes. Be my guest. You guys can head back. I'll be here for a moment.
But we're not leaving you.
I just wanted to talk to my friends alone.
And Zephorr looks at you and he says, "As you wish. I am more than happy to accompany you and your companions back to your camp."
I'm going to look at Eli and let him know that I'll wait for you right over there, away out of earshot, and I'll just walk away till I give him like a good, I don't know how many feet, 30, 40 feet. I'm going to wait for him.
What about the rest of you? Do you stay or do you go back to camp?
Red would probably kind of like look him up a little bit, kind of looking a little bit pissed. If you scream, this one will not come running to help. Good luck with your magic. And kind of stomp off. She's pretty grumpy from being almost dead.
Oh, that's right. You guys are pretty wore out at this point. Probably ready for that long rest.
Yes, my 1 HP is doing real good.
Oh.
Zito's gonna walk after Red back to the camp.
Okay. Other than Ender staying at a respectful distance, do any of you else stay behind?
Lithana would move back like 20 feet and sit in the shadow and make sure nothing happens.
Okay. I'll just say that music is respectfully as well, staying back a bit.
I'll turn to him. What happened? You got captured, my friend. Again.
Well, it wasn't as easy as all that. I gave them a run for their money. They've been chasing me for days.
So that's why you sounded out of breath. I never thought you would be tired. You magic man.
It's true, I have a divine essence, Eli, but even the divine or an elemental such as myself, we can be taxed beyond our limits. We can even die.
You know, you could have just called. Or, use the message. Sending, and me and my friends could have helped you. I don't, why didn't you?
Well, to be quite honest, I thought I could handle them myself. It wasn't until they trapped me and used magic to charm me, forced me to make that false island out in the middle of the Ironlands, that I realized that it was too late.
Yes. But someone like you, so powerful, they trapped you?
We all have a match, Eli Stormbringer. We all have someone who is our equal or beyond. You, being a student of the arcane arts, should know this more than anyone.
Yes, you're right. But hey, as I said, we're friends, and friends save each other. I always have your back.
And Zephorr has been looking at you as you've been clutching the scroll case this entire time, I assume, if you haven't put it away.
No, he hasn't put it away.
And he looks at you and he says, "Do you know what that is?"
No, I feel like I saw my life away.
Well, maybe I can help you with that. Maybe when we go back to your camp, we can sit down and go over it.
I'd like that. And next time, if I don't think you're who you are, and I look at you, I'll say squirrel. And you say red moon, then I know it's you.
And Zephorr smiles at you and he says, "Very well. In the meantime,
No more tricks.
No more tricks. In the meantime, my friend, I believe we have business that needs to be settled."
That's why I want to talk to you alone.
And he just sort of looks at you intently and he says, "Very well. I heard everything you said. I may have been invisible when you said it to that creature in the Ironlands, but I heard everything."
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good. So I know that no one can hear me. Or do I have to say it again? Is that part of the thing?
Nope, you don't have to say it again. If you don't deviate from what you said before, he was unable to perform it for you then. He is able to do it now.
Oh, I just want to help the group.
I understand. You must understand that this doesn't require any sort of contracts or signing of documents. That creature was lying to you.
Yeah, I got played hard. I guess my desire to want to help the group overcame my intelligence a little bit.
However, this is what you ask for is lofty, even more so than fixing an airship. There may be serious side effects.
Okay, I'll be willing to take the side effects if I can protect my group better. my friends.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm sure.
Very well. Well, brace yourself. And Zephorr now begins to emit an ethereal light that just sort of illuminates off of his skin. He's now glowing this soft cerulean blue. And he begins to maneuver his hands and make symbols. And his voice becomes deafening as you hear him call out, "It is done."
What? It's done?
Yes. There was a bit of a sucking sound as like wind seemed to be going straight towards you, like creating a funnel of air that dragged across the ground and then swirled up, making your robes sort of flutter and creating a bit of a whirlwind around you. And then nothing. It's gone. The disturbance in the air has finished.
Oh, side effects. Guess they don't apply to me. Eli smiles. You ready to walk back to camp?
Yes, let's go. If you were ready.
Yes, I did have a question for you. And Eli pulls out his book of the golem.
The golem?
Yeah, the golem book.
Okay, so you're as you're walking back, you're talking about this?
Yeah. And I'll yell, Ender! We're ready to go back.
Lithana, you saw...
Lithana, we're ready to go back.
And music, watching this also from a respectful distance, you now see them heading off in the direction of the camp. They've already started to walk that way.
Okay, cool. I'll head it too.
Okay. So
that was actually a really good RP there, Jeremy. You sounded just like music.
Hey, you know, I've been working on it, you know. I stare in the mirror, I think Kevin thoughts, and then I start talking. So Eli, you're talking about the book as you're walking back to camp. It is pitch black.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind.
I have dark vision, I'm pretty sure.
You have dark vision, but you can't really make anything out on the book. If you're trying to reference something or something on a page, it's practically impossible to make out any detail.
Oh, I wasn't trying to read it. I was going to show him the book.
Okay.
I wanted to ask him like a question.
All right. He asks you in return, what would you like to know?
Well, so I was reading the instructions, and it says 120 days. I was someone of your magic caliber. Could you speed that up?
And he looks at you and he says, something like what you're describing sounds far too complex to speed up unless you had a team of individuals helping you. The opposite of that being going somewhere where time is affected differently, but that would be extremely dangerous for whoever went. Most places that I know of that have that sort of time flex, if you will, it would take an incredibly powerful group of individuals to protect yourselves while you're there.
Oh, okay. I don't want to put nobody in danger. I just was thinking if you could, do your magic thing and snap them into existence or anything, because you're so cool and powerful.
Zephorr laughs and then he raises a hand up and wipes his brow. And you've started to notice that he's sweating.
You alright there, buddy?
And he's like, I'm fine. It's like he starts looking at his hand. And you notice that the closer you get to camp, his form seems to be becoming smaller. He's becoming shorter and less wide.
You seem to be getting younger.
Younger?
Or losing weight. You look good there, man.
He looks at himself, and as you get to the edge of the clearing, to the very edge of the camp, where you can see the other samurai, the remainder of your companions now, you watch as the cerulean blue, starting from the top of his forehead, where his hairline meets his forehead, starts to fade. It's like watching water drain out of a glass, the blue. And in its place, you can see now a chocolate brown being replaced. A deep shade of chocolate brown. As the blue goes, his eyes change to a golden brown color. His cheeks are this bright chocolate brown. And he's now a little taller than you, but not taller than any other member of your group. His clothing hasn't changed much, but he is completely, his skin tone is completely changed, and his size is completely changed. And he suddenly goes, ow, and he slaps the back of his neck, and he just sort of looks at his hand, and there's a bug on the middle of his palm that was feasting on his neck. And you can see now that there's just a tiny drop of blood that looks just as red as your own blood. And he looks to you and he goes, "Oh no."
What's wrong? What happened?
I fear that I may be no longer have my divine essence. I can feel this place around me. I can feel the air. I can feel the clamminess to the air. I can feel the heat from that fire. It's uncomfortable and foreign to me.
What happened? Well, how'd you lose it?
I need to sit down. And you watch as the now diminished form of Zephorr goes and sits close to the fire. And you can see now he is visibly shaking. His hands are trembling. And the rest of you all now see a stranger walk out of the woods with Eli. Lithana, you watch this entire time as in shock as this large blue person shrank to a dark-skinned chocolate brown individual. Similar features, but no longer blue, no longer glowing.
Are you all right, sir?
I need a moment, please. And he just stares into the fire. And he sits there for a moment as the rest of you look on. Jekt and Radabon now say, you all hear the sound of a sword being drawn as soon as they see Zephorr. Like they get their swords half out of their sheaths and they're about to advance on him.
No, it's all right. It's my friend.
The stranger is with you? Where did you come from? And they both look very confused.
We need to answer for him, not to worry about it.
All right. Ender, if you say so, we'll trust your judgment. We're going to keep an eye on the outskirts of the camp to make sure no more strangers wander into camp. And they both just sort of get up and start walking away. And all this sound and noise, unfortunately, Auri has awoken you. You just hear this sound of like raised voices. You hear the sound of the crackling of the fire, little pops and fizzes of embers flying up. And you can see now all of your friends around you, and a newcomer sitting on a log close to the fire.
Okay, which one of my companions is closest to me?
I would say that Zito would be the closest to you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna like wipe the sleep from my eyes and kind of whisper at him and be like, "Hey, who's that guy?"
Zito would be in the middle of the yawn. He would stop and look at Ari. He says, "What guy?"
That guy there. I'm pointing at the former genie guy.
I don't think I've ever met this guy before. He looks kind of familiar, though. Can't put my finger on it.
Weird. I feel like I've seen him too.
And both of you now see this man, like, he suddenly, his eyes grow wide, and he reaches down and to the soft peat earth in front of the fire, the ashes of which have started to spread out as the wood started to just sort of disintegrate as they burnt to ash. And you watch as he's now drawing that familiar symbol that you saw before when you were all in the Ironlands. Looks like an upside down arrowhead. And he draws it in the sand, or in the ash. You can see him clearly drawing it, and then frustratingly he begins drawing it again. And then again. And he does it several more times until finally he stands up and kicks at the dirt, and the edge of his slipper catches on fire. And he starts shaking his legs, like, blast it, and slapping his foot.
Can you cast magic?
And he looks at you, and he starts to look at his hands, and he turns away from all of you towards the edge of the wood, and you watch as he thrusts his hand out and casts Thunderwave. So there's this blast of air that goes out from him. And then he starts to chuckle and says, "Well, that works." And then he starts to look at his hands, and he starts rubbing them together. Damn it, why won't you work? And he pulls a chunk of mud up out of the ground and slaps it in his hand, and he starts making what looks like a little, like, sandcastle. And he's holding his hand, and you can see him holding the other hand above it after he makes it. And he's just grimacing, gritting his teeth, and then he slaps his hand together, and it just crumbles, falling between his fingers. And he just starts to openly weep before you all.
It's okay. I thought it looked really nice.
What was he trying to cast? Would I know?
Make an Arcana check. Ooh, I think that's the lowest roll you've ever done on an Arcana check.
Yeah.
You have a feeling that he was attempting to cast some sort of spell that would affect someone's spoken language that they hear. Like, it looked very familiar to what you remember in your studies of the spell known as tongues. Like, he was just attempting to cast tongues. And it didn't work. And he is snuffling, and he says, "It's fine, it's fine. I'm just tired. Maybe in the morning it'll be different." And he starts wandering off. "Is there anywhere I can sleep?"
Yes, maybe you can sleep it off. Well, one of these. He points to like tents.
And he immediately goes into a tent, and you hear someone go, "What the fuck?"
It's all right. It's all right.
Immediately gets pushed out of the tent. You just see arms and hands, and then you just watch as the entrance to the tent slaps closed. And he just sort of sheepishly says, I'll sleep near the fire. And he just sort of hunkers down and lays on his side in a bit of a fetal position, close to the fire.
Lithana gives him her bedroll. Here,
And
you can this.
he accepts it, and he says, "Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be a burden to you people. You've been so kind to me. You've done so much for me. Now it seems I am worthless to you."
Lithana, she sits down and puts a hand on his shoulder and says, "Well, I think that we all have our stories. We all have our secrets. But that's what friends are for, right? We help each other in the worst times."
And he just sort of looks at you. A bit softer expression, but he's definitely, you can see that the cogs are turning. His eyes are still glassy, and he says nothing else and just closes his eyes, and you can see that he's trying to go to sleep.
Lithana will sleep by the fire as well.
Okay. Eli, as you watch all this transpire, what you were attempting to understand and feel before, what you couldn't because of the ruse, you can now understand, and you can now recall what you wouldn't have been able to recall before. And you, my friend, have changed your field of study from lore to divination.
Eli kind of looks at his hand. I wonder. I don't feel like anything different. He says to himself.
You hear a voice in your head. "Stop all that chatter. It's bedtime."
What? Ender, did you say something? Did you say bedtime, Ender?
Bedtime, honey.
You hear it again in your head. "Master Stormbringer, it's time for sleep. Don't
hello?
forget to hang me up."
Hang you? Hey, is this a joke? Am I being pranked?
And you just hear an audible sigh in your head.
Don't mind me. I'm not going crazy or nothing.
The voice says, "Are you sure?"
I will cast the hut.
Okay. All right. Was there anything that any of you would like to do for the rest of the evening before we pass time to the next day and take your long rest?
I'm gonna do a small attunement change.
Okay. I added to the combat tracker on your character immune to critical, immune to paralyzed, immune to restrained, and then your 4d6 slashing on critical damage. If that's the attunements that you wanted.
Yeah, I got everything.
Okay,
I just
good.
didn't have the free action equipped.
Yeah, I added the paralyzed and restrained immunities to you.
Cool. That's it. I'm ready to sleep.
Okay. Anybody else?
Red would probably take her old greatsword over to Zito and let him know that she doesn't need the magic he put on it now with her new sword. If he needs it back.
I don't need it back.
Then she,
Well, you can keep your sword. I can take the magic off, but I don't need your sword.
she just nods confused. This one does not understand the magic, and this one does not want to. And then she'd just take her sword back and go hang out with the babies.
Yeah, they've been snoring this entire time. You all hear that cacophonous sound of the little boy who's the loudest. And if there's nothing else, we can progress to morning.
Yep, I think morning.
All right. The next morning comes. You all will awake refreshed on the 1st of Sephiros. You are in a new month now. On the 1st of Sephiros, the day is Sul, or the first day of the week.
Wait, was it a full moon last night?
It was not.
Oh, okay, good. So Eli doesn't have to think about all the horrors that went on.
The horrors?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, the horrors of our old friend that's a were-tiger.
I don't know about y'all, but I heard the horrors. Anyway. The horrors.
Hope it wasn't a full night. Ender, what were you doing over there?
Me.
You all have a lovely, restful sleep. You wake up the next morning, have breakfast. Urkor has noticed that there's a newcomer to the camp, and he heard from his men that this is someone that you all vouched for, so he didn't interrogate him. And he just looks to you all and he says, whenever you're all ready to go, we can continue on our trek. Another day and we'll be in Heartholm.
Is he still a man?
Who?
Is it Zephorr?
Zephorr? When you look at him, now in the morning sun, you can see his dark dreaded locks that cascade over the side of his head down to his shoulders. You see his very, very deep shade of chocolate brown skin, and he is still definitely taller than you, but shorter than the tallest member of your group. And he woke up this morning and you can see that he apparently was painting, and he has been painting. Apparently he made some mud and ashes. He made some sort of a very crude paint, and was painting that symbol that you saw in the Ironlands over and over again. And it's like it's all over his arms, his bare arms. He's painted it on his chest, the bare areas where the vest doesn't cover. The vest itself doesn't really cover his whole torso. And you can see when he catches your eye, you can see he's kind of like sort of a sheepish look. He looks down and he's like grabbing like a bit of his sash, and he's trying to wipe this off of him now.
Zephorr, I have a question for you, buddy.
What is it?
Can you summon your master?
That is what I've been trying to do. I did last night and all this morning. Khan is not listening to my call. He's not responded. I can't even reach out to him even if I wanted to, apparently. My magic is not working. I can do a few things, but I am diminished. I am infantile compared to even someone like you. You would be my master if I were to be, you know, a new learner of the arcane. And he just sort of bows his head, continuing to wipe this dirt and ash, mud that he's made off of himself.
Your master did say something about some kind of weapon.
The spear. I remember.
Yes, the spear. Maybe we get the spear, we can bring it back to your original form.
Vinsif. That was the name of the spear.
Yes, Vinsif. Okay. I don't know if I have a spell. I'd have to look. Well, I know we must do something. I'll talk to the group, but we'll have to get to it eventually, or you're gonna be this for a while.
Well, if you and your companions are okay with it, I hope you don't mind if I travel with you to a settlement so that I don't starve to death.
Oh yes, your friend. You're always welcome with me and my companions.
I hate to be a burden, but I appreciate it.
Come, meet my friends.
Oh, he has. They've all been very kind to him. Ender.
Oh, that's good.
Ender.
Yes, Zephorr.
No, this is the DM speaking.
Yes.
When you woke up this morning, there was a pair of platinum bracers next to your bedroll.
I will take those.
And you're fairly certain that those were the bracers that Zephorr was wearing last night.
Why would he give them to me?
Could always go ask him.
I will go ask him. Zephorr,
Okay. As you
left
walk
these
up to
by my
him,
bed.
you can see now that some of the samurai have been felt pity on Zephorr, and they've each been giving him like a few things. Like one of them gave him a traveling cloak. He now has a pack. He has festooned some sort of a staff from a bit of not quite rotten, but dried out wood. He's made a pole and a staff out of it, like a walking stick. He has a scimitar at his side. He's still wearing his gem-studded belt. And he has a belt pouch, which is hanging there now, that you didn't notice before. And he sees you approach, and when he sees you approaching, he just smiles.
Zephorr, why do you leave these by my bed?
I am unworthy of them. They belong to someone who needs to protect his friends. You can give them back to me one day if you do not wish to keep them forever.
I'm going to bow and thank him.
And he gives you a pair of Seranian bracers of flight.
I'm going to give him something from my pack as well.
Essentially, these work very similar to the boots of flying.
I'm going to give him my ring.
I've gone ahead and identified them for you as well.
I'm gonna give him a ring.
You're gonna give him a ring? He will gladly take it from you.
It's gonna be my ring of protection.
Okay.
And I say, I hope you're safe. You are worthy of safety.
And he takes it from you, his hand clasping over yours as he takes the ring, and he says, "Thank you. Though I appreciate the sentiment, I have fear that will be some time before I am worthy. But I'm ready to begin the long road to doing so. And perhaps this exchange today is the first step. Thank you so much." And he
bow
now
again.
he nods his head, and he, again, speaking a bit louder so that he hopes all of you can hear. All of you, thank you so very much. Your kindness, your hospitality. I will try my best not to get in your way or become a burden any more than I have been. And with that, if there's nothing else that any of you wish to do in the camp, the samurai all get their horses. They've been watered and fed and brushed, and they begin hopping up into their saddles, allowing each of you to jump up into a saddle.
Eli will jump up.
Okay.
How does the horse feel about a tiger person trying to get up on it?
It's been around you for a few days, and you've all essentially sort of bonded with each of the samurai you've been riding with. You know, sitting crotch to butt, you know, for hours and hours on end. It's a little, you know, a little personal. So you each kind of sort of have your own personal samurai that you've gotten to learn a little bit about. Yours is a woman, Auri.
Oh, okay.
And she is very hot. She's got a scar that starts at her left eyebrow and runs all the way down her cheek and then curves out like someone carved an L on her face backwards.
Oh, she terrifies me. Okay.
Yeah, Eli. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Eli Samurai's been offered a job. He tells him all about his airship. He gets a free ride and his family when it's fixed. Just let me know. Free cruise on me.
Radabun says, will
wait a
someone
minute there, Eli.
please switch with me? And he's just looking around helplessly as you're sitting in the saddle behind him, talking in his ear.
It's checked my +1.
Actually, you're riding with Urkor.
Actually, it would be a funny opportunity to switch with him because she would probably fall for him and get a little
Aw.
attached.
Who's Lathana's right?
Scary Scar Lady.
Lathana, you are riding with a bit of a heavier set samurai. He seems like he leans a little further towards the orc and his family. And he has this wicked looking mohawk that he has woven like bits of metal into to try and keep them like sticking straight up, keep his hair straight up. And he has a smell to him like he hasn't bathed in a while. And his armor is pretty filthy.
That's great. I'll ask him about his adventures and roaming and his family and that kind of thing.
And
No,
he
to him.
and he keeps telling you, oh, I can't wait to get back home. I can't wait to see what Sleejack has going with Bo. I can't wait to find out if anybody died. It's going to be great. You have to come watch the races with me. You promise?
If we have time, but thanks for the recommendation.
Yeah, he's been telling you specs on the harness races and stats on racers for like 2 days now.
Go.
And he tells you about this one time that he saw a guy drive straight into a field of giant crabs, and all they saw was the bike keep going. He was gone. It was so cool. They never found him.
It sounds like quite the sight to see.
Yeah, don't drive into crabs, by the way. That's a terrible idea. But anyway, and he continues to go on and tell you about stats how awesome it's going to be when you guys get back. He's just so pumped. And with that, if there's nothing else that you'd like to do in camp, they've already broken down all the camping equipment. They've got all their bedrolls and equipment all up on their horses, and now they are all ready to set off, continuing northeast towards the Deepwood, the edge of the Deepwood. So it takes the better part of the day, but off in the distance, just above the tree cover, the mangrove-like trees have begun to sort of become more sparse. There's less in front of you blocking your view, and on the horizon in the distance, you see a massive forest that seems to just stretch off towards... You saw it as you were beginning to get out of the mangroves. You can see that it was stretching towards the south and then continuing towards the north, like the very edge of this forest, like a straight line is going straight off in the distance to the north. And at the edge of the wood, where the deep wood meets the crawling swamp, you can all now see a wide sandstone colored spire of rock that reaches into the sky like an arm with a flattened palm, fingers spread out. As you get closer to this settlement, you see a series of structures perched on the fingers, very small to your eye now. They stretch out. As the fingers stretch out from the center of the top of this spire, this tall, rocky outcrop. The longer you gaze at this unusual rock spire, the more it resembles, at this distance, an arm thrusting up out of the soft earth of this marshland. And as you've all been able to see this now for quite some time, actually for about an hour now, you've been able to make this out. And each of the individual samurai are all getting much more jovial, laughing, and just sort of goofing around. Urkor doesn't seem to be too irritated at them for showing this level of emotion, if you will. Licorice, who has been hiding this entire time somewhere within Urkor's pack, comes out, and as soon as they see that spire, they take off, just going straight towards Heartholm, and gone. The horses pick up the pace. The ground begins to get much firmer in areas as you're getting closer to the edge of the wood here. And at the base of the spire, as you all get closer to it, it stretches up, impossibly tall. You can see a small village and people milling about, just going about their daily routine. Before you arrived, Urkor said to each of you, "Now, I want you all on your best behavior. Most of you have never been here before, I'm sure. The town has seen better days, so please be kind to the people that live here. They don't see a whole lot of commerce outside of our borders, so seeing newcomers you might get a different response, and maybe night or day they might be extremely happy to see you, they might be a bit frustrated, and might get a little angry at your sight. At the moment, we're heading towards the base of the spire. We're going to go stop at the mayor's house. I believe that's where you wanted to go first."
Yes, I think. Right, guys? The mayor's house.
And of course, at this point, you see the pinks and blues and oranges. The sun has not set yet, but it's getting lower on the horizon.
As we're walking there, Lithana would pull up beside as many of the party members as she can. Well, we should probably plan out what to say to the mayor. Ender, you seem like the best person to bring a message since you're their, part of them in some way. They wanted to bring us to the mayor to talk about what we had found about the mind flayers, right? So that's one reason.
I think you were all also, if I'm not mistaken, wanting to inquire about a reward for taking out those ogres.
Yes, we did. We want to
That
inquire
and
always.
finding a home for the children as well.
Yes. I know Red
That's what
was...
that happened was, right?
Red, you, if I remember correctly, Red mentioned that was one of her objectives upon returning home, besides trying to find members of her community.
Yeah.
So I leave it up to you all what you would like to do. They're just sort of trotting straight towards the base of the spire right now, straight through town. And you can see now, like, they've laid out like crushed sandstone, like gravel that stretches out and creates like these straight line roads, except for where they curve around at the base where there's buildings. And yes, Lithana, I believe that was your original reason for being in the crawling swamp, was looking for the terrorists.
Lithana would go to Ender and say, and also to Red. So from what we know, Heartholm is made up of clans that are loyal to the current shogunate. So is there any danger in asking directly about the ZB?
When you say that, the person that you're riding with snorts. And he just looks at you, Lithana, with a raised eye like, you're crazy. He goes, did you say the shogunate? The shogun?
Yes.
Because yeah, you're behind him, so it's kind of unless you were trying to be use subterfuge, he was listening to the whole conversation.
I think that answers that.
And he just sort of looks at you and says, you're not going to find anybody, you're not going to find any love for the shogun or shogunate here. Just letting you know right now. Get that thought out of your head.
So what's the whole... I'm new to these parts. What's
Yeah?
the whole... I don't know. What happened? Why are some people like, shogunate all the way? Another are like, no. And then some are like, super not okay. You know? Like, what happened?
Well, let me put it to you this way. Imagine you have a way of life, and that's all you've ever known, right? You've got honor. You've got traditions. Imagine somebody came along and said, nah, screw all that. We're just going to start equipping you with the cheapest materials and equipment ever. We're going to close down all of the clans, and we're going to make one giant super clan of best buddies who don't ever come out here, who all stay down south and don't help anybody. And you get it? I mean, I know you're new to this place, but tell me you're not blind, right? You guys came from south? You mentioned coming from the south, right?
Yes.
Have you noticed a lot of people since you've been coming up this way?
No, not at all.
Have you had anyone try to help you when you were in trouble? Except for when we showed up? I mean, you guys had it handled, but still, we at least showed up.
You have a fair point. No, we really haven't. We've just been constantly fighting and finding more and more danger and people that were trying to kill us, so...
And he just sort of stretches both of his arms out and he's balancing on his horse and he goes, "Welcome to the Shadow Marches, baby!" Oh, I need a drink. Oh. And again, from the description now, from what Urkor said, you see people, but this town is, you know, even with like the amount of buildings that are here, doesn't seem to be really booming. Like there's individuals that are going up and down. You occasionally see people milling up and down the roads and walking around, going in various directions, but it's not like a steady stream of traffic. You don't see a lot of beasts of burden or horses like going up and down. This is a very sleepy community, if you will. At least it seems to be.
Can I now speak to Lithana without that guy hearing? Did he walk away as he was shouting for beer?
She's on the back of his horse. So unless you'd like to get off the horses and continue walking, you can do that as well.
No, that works. I'll just say, well, that answers our question.
Yeah. He's shoot, what's his name? 1 second, I'm looking it up in my note. Is Urkor nearby?
Urkor?
Yeah.
Urkor has been sitting there listening to you this whole time, with Ender sitting behind him. Like you guys are you're kind of spread out in like a cluster, not a single file line at this point.
I should ride up close to. I guess what I should ride next to Ender. So, Urkor,
Yes.
if you don't mind asking, have you heard of the Azure Sky before? Does that ring a bell?
And he turns, he looks at you, and like it's a quick turn. Like his eye goes wide. The side of his face you can see, and then his eye starts to relax, and he says, "I've heard of them."
What do you know about them? I say this from a sense of discovering more and more and not liking what I see. So I'm curious if you've had any interaction with it.
I have not personally interacted with them. They stay up in the sky. They stay in Zarashak. To my understanding, Azure Sky handles all the export business now of Dragon Shard and out of the marches. I know for damn sure they don't help us with, you know, exporting anything from Heartholm or bringing anything in for that matter. We're self-sufficient, and we're damn proud of that. But maybe you should talk to Bo and Sleejack. Specifically Sleejack.
Okay.
And the only reason why I say it is because the two of them have had access to Azure Sky equipment the longest out of anyone in the village. My people, my men, we don't want anything to do with it. We are traditional here.
Upon hearing that they have access to equipment, her eyes go wide for a second. Thank you. She looks through the group. I think we will put it on our list to talk to them.
And as you finish that conversation, or finish your words, Urkor says, "We're here." And one by one, the horses all stop. And the samurai are now getting down and assisting you all to come down. You've now stopped at the base of this spire, which stretches up until you can no longer see it. It was incredibly tall from a distance, and from here you can't even see the base of the tower, or the top of the tower. And right now you're outside of a 2-story building, which seems to be built into the side of this mountainous spire. And you can see a couple of evenly spaced Everbright lanterns, which are glowing and hanging and just sort of swinging just slightly in a bit of an autumn breeze that's blowing through here. And Urkor looks to each of you. He says, well, you wanted to speak to the mayor. This is the mayor's manor. I'm sure Mayor Ostrin is here. Boys, see to it that these horses are all fed and watered. Brush them down. And then go take care of your equipment. Please don't go running off like children, trying to find... I know we're home, but I would appreciate it if you would conduct yourselves in a manner that is, you know, for the clan, please. And he just sort of is stammering now as you're watching that each of the samurai are just, they are scattering to the four winds. And like you can just see them just sort of laughing, like they seem like they're really happy to be home. And a couple of them, Jack, Radabon, they look back at Urkor and they said, "We'll make sure they don't make fools of themselves. The first night home, we promise." Ender, it was good to ride with you.
It was good to ride with you as well. Thank you for the story and the company.
Anytime. If later on, if you want to come down to Gutter Guts, you know, drinks are on us.
I'm gonna nod and shake his hand. Farewell.
And he grasps your forearm, gives you a nice hefty shake, and then he starts to finish walking off with his horses. They're all leading them away towards the western part of town. And you're all standing outside of this 2-story house. The sun is now beginning to get lower on the horizon. It's starting to get a bit darker. What would you all like to do? You are left to your own devices outside of the mayor's house.
Well, let's go, right? We want to see the mayor and get paid.
Who would be the best person to speak?
I, for one, don't care so much about money, so not me.
I think we all know the answer to that. I'm gonna look at Eli.
Well, I like money. And he's gonna go up and knock on the door.
Wait. Well, money is one thing, but we also... Well... Eli, hold on. 1 second.
Urkor has been standing here watching you like this exchange and just sort of smirking, and he just walks up and opens the door and walks in. He looks back at you and he says, "You have strange customs, sir. All of the doors in this place are unlocked. Come on in. Please, take your shoes off."
Maybe we should
And you can see right next to when you go into the door, you can see a little shelf that seems to be made specifically for transitioning, taking your shoes off, putting them there, and then walking into the house proper.
Red would follow after him. I'm assuming Red knows the mayor guy, kinda, sort of.
Oh yeah, you absolutely know the mayor. You actually voted for him.
Oh, sweet. So yeah, I just go in, I leave them to their talking about money because I know it's not about money for Red.
Okay. Are the rest of you taking your shoes off and going inside?
Yes, the ones that are confused, I'm going to explain that it's polite.
I prefer not to wear shoes anyway, so as soon as I can get them off, I'm just happy and free.
Okay.
So you don't never wear shoes, just gonna walk on in.
Okay.
You want me to be barefooted?
Urquhart looks at you and says, if you want to keep your feet, or you can stand outside and you can talk through the door, and potentially, piss off the mayor.
Come on, stretch your toes, feel the earth. It's good for you.
How long has it been since you've been able to actually take your boots off, sir? I assume that you've all been traveling for quite some time.
I don't want to offend them. I will leave my feet outside.
Urquhart just kind of looks at you, gives you a once up and down. He says, "You're okay. We know about your kind here. You're fine."
I'm currently doing a handstand. I'm like, oh, good. This is getting tiresome.
And one by one, you're led into the building. It just beyond the place where they have it set up for you to put your shoes and set to the side for when you exit the building. You just looking around this foyer. The foyer is filled with evenly spaced Everbright lanterns, and they all are giving off this very warm light. It's a very warm foyer. There's a warm building, a vaulted ceiling with a staircase on either side that goes up to a second level above. Below that, you can see there's a fireplace. There's an archway that seems to head deeper into the building beyond the where the foyer connects to a seating meeting area. There's some raised, sort of flat, boxy flooring that's raised up several inches off from the rest of the floor. And you can see that there are these pads that are laid out around this very low table. And besides that, you can see that looking around, except for the very simple construction of this multi-story building that's built out from the base of the spire, its simple construction is betrayed by this almost gaudy and lavish interior. Besides the traditional similar features of the furniture that were very similar to the Shogun's meeting area. It's almost like a miniaturized version of it. That's just this stark, soft to walk on surface. You see shag carpeting beyond that, and furniture made from exotic wood. And as you're staring, looking, you can now see an individual coming into view, walking into this main meeting area beyond the foyer. A blonde, bearded, barrel-chested human male. He's wearing fine brown and green colored clothing and a polished breastplate which covers his chest. And he enters the foyer from the archway leading off deeper into the manor. And you can see he's walking with a cane that appears to be made of some sort of wood, like possibly a rosewood. And he's leaning into that support and grimacing with each step. He comes out and he immediately begins shaking your hands, like animatedly shaking your hands, smiling, grinning from ear to ear. And as soon as he sees Urquhart, he's like, "Welcome back. It's been so long. It's so good to see you again." And then he glances over in your direction, Red, and you just see his expression goes from a state of like elation to shock, and then just happiness once again. It's like, "Is that you, Red?"
This one is glad to see you, Mayor. I did not know if I would again.
Well met. I'm perfectly honest, I didn't think that you were coming back. We all thought that you were dead.
It has been a rough time, but this is no short tale.
Well, please, by all means. And he now gestures over, and you can see he is also not wearing shoes, which is kind of funny considering his attire. And he walks over towards this raised area, steps up on it, and begins walking over and kneels down, grimacing as he does, very much in slow motion, using his cane to like lower himself down into a kneeling position. Please, if you'll join me. Urkor, can you see if Millie is still here? I'm not sure if she went home. See if she can bring us some refreshments, something. Do you want anything? And he gestures to all of you.
Water would be lovely.
Water, okay.
Red would point to the baby slung in her little baby sack on her back. The little ones could use a snack.
I'm quite certain that Millie can whip something up. Millie, where are you? You didn't go home yet, did you? Urkor is not going to fetch the water for you. Oh, there you are. And you see now a very short individual of scaly skin, purple, so like a purplish, almost to orange colored kobold. And this little kobold runs into the chamber, just little feet, wearing an apron that's wrapped around, and she is tying the apron taut as she walks in and brushing her hands. And as soon as she sees the lot of you, her eyes go wide. They're like saucers. And she's just looking like, how many of you are? 1, 2. She's counting with her finger up, like 1, 2. She stops and looks at you for a moment, Zito, and cocks her head to the side. Makes a clicking noise. And then she says, "Oh, right away, sir. Anything you want." And she very quickly begins taking your orders from each of you.
I'll just have a water, please.
Water, okay.
One cooked meat.
I'm sure I have something. Do you like rabbit? I think I still have a bit of that left.
Love rabbit.
Okay. One bit of hair, okay.
No hair, just rabbit.
Yes, dear, that's a rabbit. And she continues to take each of you your orders. Once she's finished taking your orders, she rushes off into the distance, disappearing through an arched doorway with no door on it. And now the mayor now looks to all of you and asks you all your names. Please introduce yourselves. And he goes around and looks to each of you. Right, of course, I know you. And he just sort of winks.
I'm music.
Music? Very, very interesting. Always great to have a Warforged here. You know, we don't get very many of your kind, but the few that do have a tendency to stay. So, if you know, always glad to see a Warforged.
Thank you. It's always glad to see the rest of you as well.
Indeed. He looks at you, Ender, and he says, "I've not seen you before. Are you with one of the local clans here?"
Is this the kobold talking to me, or is that the mayor?
No, this is the mayor. The kobold ran off into the presumably the kitchen to get all your orders in order.
I am to this area, yes. I am new here.
Splendid. We could always use a skilled samurai. I can see from your attire and your weapons, clearly you're skilled with the samurai sword, the katana. Or perhaps you're pretending to be a samurai, and he winks at you.
I'm just gonna grin, and I'm gonna look over at Eli, hoping that he's gonna interject.
And he continues to go down the line. He says to you, Auri, he says, "You look like a child of the forest."
I am. I'm Ari. Are you sure that woman didn't need any help? That was an awful lot of drinks she has to carry back. I'd be happy to help her.
By all means, if you wish to assist her, you can, but she's more than capable of providing hospitality to you all. But
I do believe
and
it. That extra hand, you know?
He gestures towards the kitchen. Please.
Right, I'm gonna run off and see if I can help her bring some of that stuff back or anything I can assist her with. I like kobolds after, Zito, so.
Okay, you enter the room and you can just see there is a wave of motion as this kobold has got about a 13-inch long wand in their hand and is making waving figure 8 motions, and you can see various objects around the place which are moving, and you can see just movement everywhere. Like she is manipulating something and then she moves her attention to something else. It's like a maestro, like she's conducting an orchestra. And as soon as she hears you walking in, she turns her attention away for a second, and a cup which was being filled falls and smashes to the floor. She goes, "Blast it! Oh, my manners. I am so sorry. Please, did you want something, dear?"
Oh, I was just seeing if I could help, but you seem to be incredibly talented.
Oh, well, thank you. Please, I need to finish this, please. If you want to be of help, there are some bowls and plates over there, and she gestures towards one of the cabinets. If you want to grab some, there's a tray over there if you want to load them on there. I have a bit of butter and bread if you want to prepare that. Get that out of the box over there, and she gestures to another piece of furniture that just kind of looks like a safe. It looks like it's made of metal, and it has a latch on the front of it.
Of course, however I can help. And I'm gonna go right over there and do exactly as she instructs.
Oh yes, and she again, she is conducting an orchestra. She is calling out various things to you. You're hearing arcane phrases being tossed out as she waves her wand around. Back near the foyer in this meeting area, the mayor has finished speaking and learning your first names. So if at this time, if any of you wanted to ask questions or anything, you can do so.
Yes. I heard you had a ogre problem, so we kind of took care of that,
Ogre problem? And he starts looking over towards Urkor, and he says, the missing rangers and hunters from the southeast or the southwest, those, did you have? And he looks at Urkor and he says, "Wait, hold on, I'm so confused. I thought you said that we had missing rangers and hunters to the northeast in the Deepwood." And Urkor looks at him and says, "Yes, that's also an issue as well, but in this particular instance, these fine folk intervened. Unfortunately, there was only one survivor, but they were able to bring these creatures to justice and extinguish their lives." And the mayor looks at all of you, just a look of astonishment on his face, eyes wide, eyebrows furrow for a moment. "Truly? Well, that is something. Tell me, are you a band of mercenaries? By chance? I don't mean to be crass, I'm just curious."
I wouldn't call it mercenaries.
But you do work for coin, correct?
Yes, that's what I was going to ask.
For coin, we're a troop.
Very well. Well, yes, we had some issues that, according to Urkor, that you've brought to justice some ne'er-do-wells to the southwest. There was a reward for that, so I'm happy to give that to you since Urkor vouches for that. And he looks at Urkor. He says, I think it's yes. And he gestures over towards the side, just behind that book. No, the other book. Yes, that one. If you could just bring over that chest, Urkor, that would be amazing. Thank you so much. Let's see if I remember correctly. It was yes. The reward was for 110 platinum, 2100 gold, and there's some silver and copper in there as well. It's like 6,000 silver, like 600 copper. All Galifar currency. We do deal in Galifar currency here. There may not be Galifar presence, but it is Galifar currency. If that's all right with you.
Yes, thank you so much. It's a pleasure doing business.
Oh, absolutely. I don't mean to pry, and I certainly don't mean to impose on you all. Clearly, you can handle yourselves. Were you planning on possibly staying for a while in town?
Actually, I was gonna talk to my friends about that. Maybe.
Well, before you
Depends
do,
on...
I do have a proposition for you. Again, I don't want to be presumptuous. I don't want to take up your time. I certainly don't want to waste the very your very generous time that you've already given to Urkor and his men. But if you were interested in possibly staying for a while and perhaps helping us with some of the issues that we've got, unfortunately, we're a bit shorthanded with around here, we might be able to work something out, at least possibly offer you lodging free of charge.
Lodging and...
What is it you need help with?
Well, as you obviously, if you heard me speaking, and as he says that now, Auri is balancing a tray of food, and Auri, between your legs, your little the little purplish orange kobold zips between your legs and does a little S pattern, and then hops up onto the raised flooring area where this meeting area is, and begins to dole out drinks as you bring out the food on the plates. And you just hear she stops each of you and says, "Here you go, love. Here you are. Thank you so much. Sir, did you want anything?" And she now gestures over towards Urkor, and Urkor just sort of nods his head, no, I'm fine, Millie, thank you. What was your name again, lass? And she turns and looks at you, Auri, looking straight up at you.
I'm Ari, Millie. It was a pleasure to work with you. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Auri, absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it. Sirs, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and take off. The children have been waiting for me. And with a very congenial nod from the mayor, all watch as Millie disappears once again into the kitchen, away. Love that little kobold. Amazing.
Oh, she's delightful.
I'd be lost without her. Please, young lady, please, miss, have a seat. He now gestures to an open part of this. This entire time, by the way, Zephor's nowhere to be found. He wandered off before you all entered this building. Just to clear that up. He's not been here listening to all this going on. And he says, back to the matter at hand. You overheard me talking to Urkor about some issues. We had some people, we had some rangers, some unaffiliated rangers that took a few of our trackers into the Deepwood. I believe they were investigating lycanthrope activity, if I remember correctly. Is that right, Urkor? The lycanthropes? Yeah. So that's a thing. If you guys were interested in that. To be quite honest, they're not really the biggest issue that we've got going on in town. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. Please, if you have questions, by all means. Red, how exactly did you survive?
This one was fortunate that this group came along. I went to check on our sister community, not too far to the southwest, and it was taken over by some mind-controlling creature hidden in the bowels of the town.
Mind controlling? That's crazy.
Yes. It took me over.
Took you over?
I was in my body, but not in control of my body. They had me defending the outpost, trying to find others to corrupt. They killed all of our kin.
It's funny you mentioned that. The twins, Foe and Bo, they found someone out when they were scavenging. They found someone out in the swamp that very similar to what you're describing. Unfortunately, that person has since expired. They had to, they went crazy and tried to kill one of the twins, and unfortunately, Bo extinguished their life. Yeah, that was not good. But I'm glad to see that you're doing well, Red. I gotta be honest with you, it's less and less of your folk have been coming back to town. I don't mean to worry you or cause any sort of alarm. A few of them went into the Deepwood, what I mentioned before, to help the Rangers. But they haven't been back in days.
This is worth looking into for me.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do, Red. You don't work for me. You're a citizen of Heartholm. You're a citizen of the Marches. But I know you care about your people. And, you know, if your friends here want to try to help with that, they can. Otherwise, I mean, you guys are welcome to, like, you know, the few businesses that are still here. If you need something, if you want to spend some money, possibly inject some currency into the economy here. I don't really have a whole lot of tourism going on right now. It's kind of been our thing for a little while now. Tourism has been our lifeblood. But I digress. Yes, the whole thing with the guy that Phonebo brought, that was terrible. Absolutely horrible. His head exploded. It was the craziest thing. Like, after they say that he died, like, his head just popped, the back of his head just gone. Brain gone.
Wow, that sounds terrible.
Yeah. And he reaches up and he starts rubbing his head. He's like, I can't even imagine what happened to that poor soul.
So you were saying lodging and...
Yes. We have a lot of vacated homes here. Unfortunately, many of the townspeople have been starting to leave, fearing that their kids are not going to have a future here. You know, tourism being down, not many people are coming out here. Not much traffic and from the shogunate's not really been coming out here and checking on us, so we're really kind of left to our own devices. And really, it's just been up to the local heroes like Urkor and his people. And of course, the shifter community, them helping us out. Kit has been absolutely a godsend. Red. you know just as well as I do, she's probably one of the best seamstresses for hundreds of miles around here. So, you know, she's just been amazing. And the fact that she's been making clothes for all the people, you know, who've been desperately in need of clothing, considering there's not a whole lot of coin going on being exchanged around here, except for a few of the drunks down at Gutter Guts, but I digress. Again, if you guys, you know, want to just take the night and enjoy yourselves and relax and rest from trudging through the swamps, you can come back in the morning. I can try to point you in some directions, or you can go check out the issue in the Deepwood. I think Kit knows something about that, actually. Kit might actually be able to send you in the right direction.
I have a question for you, Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
Do you have a lot of iron around here?
I mean, we could probably find some, scavenge some. You might want to talk to Bo and Sleejack about that. I mean, in terms of, like, if you're talking about raw materials, a lot of what comes in lately, because of the fact that we're kind of closed off from other communities, has really just been ruined stuff and just scrap metal. But you might want to talk to them because they're the ones that have been bringing it in. Maybe they can point you in the direction where you could find some. If you were looking for, like, deposits, nah, unfortunately, you're not going to find anything here. You probably would have to traipse across to the east, possibly towards the mountains. And that's all the way, you know, across the border in Droam. It's not in our territory, so unfortunately I don't know if I can help you with that.
Oh, well, so you have nothing here, basically.
I don't know if I'd say nothing, but I mean, again, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm telling you this place sucks, and it doesn't suck. This is a great community. It's a great bunch of people. You know, they have entrusted me with running this place for as long as I have. You know, I've been here for a year, and I do what I can. You know, we're not getting much in the way of support outside. We kind of have to be self-sufficient. So I don't know where all the stuff is coming from, but I do know that, you know, you might, maybe if you talk to Bo or Bo's brother Foe or Sleejack, maybe they might be able to point you in the direction of some materials.
Ah, okay. Alright, I'll ask. And question. What about the kids, Red?
This one will find one of her people to care for them.
I mean, yeah. Haven't really seen a whole lot of them around lately, except for those that went into the Deepwood, and of course Kit. Might see somebody down at Gutter Guts. Pretty much everybody that is still in town likes to wander down there and you know, try their hand at some of the games of chance, or possibly get their hand bit off by Mockin' Nock's disgusting worm thing. But anywho,
Whoa. Eli will pull out 2,000 gold and put on the table. I want those kids that had... Uncle Eli wants those kids that had the best life. He slides it over to the mayor.
he just sort of looks at you and looks at the chest that Urquhart gave you all. And he says, exactly what are you asking of me?
Just make sure they find a good home. How much are houses around here? You said empty houses?
Lots of empty houses, but none of them are for sale. I mean, we'll be willing to offer you a place for you and your friends here to stay, as long as you want to, you know, stay here. That way you don't have to pay out of pocket in that respect. It would be awesome if maybe you wanted to put some of that gold, and he gestures towards the pile of gold that you've just dropped, the pounds of gold that you've dropped on the table. Which 2,000 gold's a lot. of surface area, so it's kind of spread out. If you just dumped it out of a bag, knocking bowls and glasses aside, and he looks to you and he says, I mean, I don't run an orphanage here. I don't run bed and breakfast. I'm sure Red is more than capable of finding someone who can assist her.
So you don't want the gold in your town, then? Eli will slowly push it back into the bag of holding.
I would absolutely love it if you would patron some of the businesses that are still here. If you want to go put some of that hard-earned coin into, Can's place, or if you want to spend some money at Mock and Knock's place, or if you want to go spend some money at Kid's place, by all means. You can go down to Foe's if your guys are hungry. I'm sure Foe's is still open. If you guys are want some soup, Foe can whip up some noodles and some soup for you.
All right, I'll see what I can do. And Eli slowly puts all the gold back in the bag of holding.
Before you go, we do offer tourism packages if you're interested. And he just starts looking at all of you, sort of expectantly. Look on his face. It's very expectant look, and he's like, "You guys want to see something cool?"
I don't really have a lot of gold.
You don't have a lot of gold?
Cool.
He just
Red is going to very obviously let out a growl and roll her eyes. This one will do the tourist package for that idiot magic man mayor.
Please, Red, you can tell them all about it. You know just as well as I do.
And she tosses over whatever the gold it costs for the tourist package in Eli's place.
I mean, it is your fool cousin that runs it, and he does an amazing job. But if you guys want to go check out the Titan's Reach, I'm sure they'll be able to help you out in the morning.
And I was like, I would love to see the tour. Thank you. And don't worry, we will happily patron your businesses here. And honestly, don't worry about the lodging. I'll pay for it.
Are you sure? I mean, Gutter Guts has got places. They have rooms. Mock and Knock will give you great rates, especially if you're going to stay there for a while. If you want to book something with them right now, I can't speak to how many rooms they have at the moment. Mock and Knock kind of has a bit of a problem with folk not wanting to pay, especially considering we don't really have a lot of money coming in town right now, but that would be absolutely amazing if you decided that you want to do that instead. The offer still stands. If you want to take one of the places that are open, one of the abandoned homes, please just let us know.
Yeah, I think that's might be the better deal, Lathana. The abandoned place, I'm telling you, we could totally buy it and fix it up and make it look real nice.
Sure, we can do that. Sounds great. Thank you, Mayor, for your help. If we don't have anything else, maybe we'll see you tomorrow. She looks over to the party.
I'm pretty much always here, for the most part. Yeah, if you guys, if any of you need anything at all, please reach out. Anything I can do to make your stay in Heartholm amazing, I will do what I can.
Red scoops up the babies, nods at the mayor, and starts heading out.
Okay. He very, very slowly is pulling himself up, using the cane to assist, pulling himself up to his feet. You just hear a cracking noise in his leg as he goes to a standing position. Well, it was lovely meeting all of you. I hope I didn't take too much of your time. Please, if you need anything, you know where to find me. If I'm not here, I'm around town. And he very, very slowly begins walking away after saying goodbye to you all. disappears in that archway leading deeper into the manor, away from you all. And one by one, you're all very gingerly filed out of the house. Urkor allows you to gather your foot coverings, your boots and whatnot, and he allows you to exit the house. Looks to each of you, says, Ezra will most definitely tell you the mayor is a bit eccentric. He hasn't been the same since the war. So please excuse him if he comes off a bit rude or a bit unprofessional. He is good for this place. His heart is in the right place. And with that, Urkor bows to each of you and takes his leave.
I'll bow back.
Eli will wave.
And you just watch as he begins to walk off in the distance. The long scabbard of his katana sticking straight out at an angle. And he just sort of strides off, becoming smaller as he does. And eventually you no longer see him as he dips around a corner.
Guys, this... Oh, no, go ahead, Ender.
We still have the invite to Gutter Guts. Let's go check that place out.
Who's up for a drink?
Are we away from earshot of all the guards?
Looking around, you actually don't really see any guards. It's very uncharacteristic from what all of you have seen, except for Red, in terms of like traveling from villages to larger like cities. There just doesn't really seem to be, other than the samurai that guided you into this place on horseback, doesn't really seem to be anyone armed walking around.
I'm going to turn to my party and say, this village is home to a lot of Zaduk's Bane's sympathizers, is my guess.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like it. They really don't like your shogun.
Not at all.
Yeah. Ender, your shogun is terrible.
Still. No. Don't make this personal! No. A lot of us don't like the way the shogunate took over.
I mean, is it just me, or is this kind of breaking?
What's that? I didn't hear that, Latana.
Is it just me, or does this whole thing seem kind of heartbreaking?
It is for a lot of us.
Are we working for the right person?
At that point,
At this, Red would probably interject and say, this one would say that Zaduk's Bane has helped her people. The shogunate has not.
You know, I was kind of thinking about this. You know, all in all, we've kind of been in the marshes for, a little bit, right, guys? I mean, it's been a little bit. And I really want to get out of this place. So, I kind of think that the Shogun is working with the bad guy, the Castle Lantern things.
What were you going to say, Ender? I'm sorry, you got talked over.
No, I didn't get talked over. I'm. This conversation is free flowing. I was just gonna say that we should keep our purpose here to ourselves until we all figure out what's right.
And as you say that, there's a noise as a big-ass bug comes flying up and starts hovering next to your left ear.
I love flies.
It is the
This bug
biggest.
created
It is
with
the. It is
I
the
allow
biggest
it to buzz
light.
all around my ear.
It is the biggest lightning bug you've ever seen. It's glowing.
that.
Its wings are flapping next to your ear. And all of a sudden you hear a tiny little voice go, "Hey. Hey.
Don't say listen.
Listen. Hey." And then the light fades and Licorice is floating next to your head. Wings just a buzz of a hummingbird as fast as they possibly can to hover next to your head. What are you guys doing? Why are y'all standing around all weird outside the mayor's house? Come on, let's get some drinks, man. Let's get some drinks. I will drink you under the table, buddy.
Can you describe Licorice for me? Because right now it sounds like she's a small lightning bug.
Licorice is about the size of your hand. Has a series of wings, 2 pointing up at angles, 2 pointing down at angles, and they are currently fluttering and making this very pleasant noise as they're flying next to you. They're wearing it looks like an outfit made out of a twisting of vines and very, very fine silk. It looks like silk. So there are like sheer areas where the vines cover like what you would assume to be areas that they wouldn't want to show to people. And then they have tiny little pointed ears, and their hair is sort of slicked back and then straight back and then curves over towards the front of their head.
Would I follow you, Licorice?
You think you can drink us under the table? And I look back at Gunny. And then
A Gunny?
right, for a split moment, knowing that Gunny's not there, I just feel sad.
Aww. What are we standing around here for then? You think you're a big man? Come on then. And starts floating off in the direction of like the west. Straight that direction that you all watched Urkora walk towards. And you just see this diminutive form, this pixie, this fairy, this sprite. Arms straight out, legs, one leg up slightly, just sort of bobbing in the air and making little come on motions with her hands.
Drinks on me. She follows.
All right, you're all following Licorice?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
I would probably try to go find Kit to do something with these babies.
Okay. It's about 8 o'clock now. So you would know that Kit is probably at her shop. The shop is probably not open though. But you could always go down there and knock on the door. It's up to you.
Yeah, right, I'll just wait till the morning then.
Okay.
One more night with the babies will be fine.
And of course, Gutter Guts Red, if you wanted to explain to your companions, is essentially the only tavern and inn in Heartholm. And it is owned by an elderly Etten called Mackinac. And at any hour of the day, you might see a menagerie of rangers, hunters, local farmers, and samurai. A mixture of orcs, goblins, humans, half-orcs, and shifters. And occasionally, you might see a warforged, a soul warforged. Really the only warforged that you've really seen in town. Besides the one that is in town right now and standing close to you.
So yeah, I'd look towards kind of the direction I'd know Kit is, and then shake my head. This one, how's you with they more little ones? And I'd pat their heads, and then I'd turn back to the rest of the group. This is the Jewel of Heartholm. Gutter's Gut Inn, the only bar and tavern It is a little bit busy most of the time. It is well enough as far as taverns go.
Come on, Red.
Knock enough.
I want
And
you to. I
follow
want to
after.
see you play with Bob the Worm.
And I'd go after Licorice. This one is coming.
Yeah, that laugh is right, Red, because you've seen many a patron try to stick their arm in Bob the Worm's tank and nearly lose all their fingers.
Challenge accepted.
All right, so you're all following after Licorice? Doesn't take too long. The town itself is, at least in the layout, it's, the buildings are set at right angles, essentially. And at one of the corners, at almost the furthest western point where that gravel road ends, and you just see an endless field. And with the sun down, you can't really see much except for the expanse of the stars and the ring of Hubris now starting to come into view in the sky, in the night sky. And as you get closer to this tavern, you can see an enormous object hanging over this very wide, very tall arch. It's sticking straight out, hanging with chains off of the front of this establishment. And would you like to see what it looks like?
Or
It looks like about 2.5 feet, or a couple of segmented sections of the front of this thing. Maw wide open, teeth sticking out at different angles, and it's hanging on the very edge of the building, this little overhang where the entrance is. And Licorice looks to you all and says, "Welcome to Gutter Guts. Come on, you're buying." And she flies inside.
looks like our kind of place. Music, you ready to entertain tonight?
Always.
Donna steps in.
Okay. As you all funnel into this place, it is just an absolute cacophony of glasses clinking, chairs moving, people talking. As was explained to you by Red, you can see various races of individuals that are sitting around. Red, you see a couple of individuals with very pronounced hairlines that would give you the impression that they are part of your community. Sitting in the corner, you can see a couple of them just sort of sitting, very morose, looking out, scanning at the people that are in. Behind the bar, you see this, just a slab of an individual, wide on all sides, 2 heads, and you just hear the thump, thump, thump as they're moving up and down behind the bar, slinging drinks to people at the bar. You can see a couple of individuals in the corners. Some of them look like they're playing games of chance, possibly with some dice. You also see close to the edge of the bar what looks like a 50-gallon basin. This filled with what looks like a mixture of water, sand, and dirt. And you can see there is a half-orc individual who is currently rolling up the sleeve of his shirt, and he's getting ready to shove his arm in. And you can just hear everyone now is yelling, "Worm! Worm! Worm! Worm!" and repeating that over and over again. You just all watch as this guy begins to shove his arm in there. And as he's about to do so, any of you who are close enough to see it, you watch on his arm this patchwork of light suddenly illuminate from this tattoo-like birthmark that's on the side of his forearm. And it begins to glow as he shoves his arm into this enormous basin. And you just watch as he's silent for a moment, dead silent, like a pin could drop in this place. And he suddenly rears his arm out, holding a handful of something, as a much smaller version of the head that was hanging on the front of this establishment leaps up out of this mixture of water, sand, and muck, and you just watch as the jaws snap shut millimeters from his fingers as he's laughing and not paying attention. And then you watch as it lands and splashes into the muck and disappears under the surface. And you just watch a bit of the water and gross dirt slough over the side. And everyone is yelling and cheering now.
I'm gonna join in.
Okay. Ender, you're going towards the worm?
Well, I'm cheering. That was sad.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you were joining in as an, I'm gonna go stick my arm in that.
No, you misunderstand.
Okay.
I mean, I am cheering along with him.
Okay. You all watch as this half-orc, who is bald, his hair is weird. He's shaved right down the middle, and his hair is like flung back like wings, sticking straight out. And he has got his arm up in the air. He's still holding whatever he pulled out of the bottom of that basin, and he's, yeah, woo! And you just hear the rest of the crowd is screaming and just cheering for him. And you all sit there watching this just absolute delight of a sight of people just having a good time, frivolity, this mixture of many different races, not much of a grimace or a sour face among them. And as you all take it all in, you're just feeling this a bit of sense of warmth, this camaraderie amongst these people, and continuing to hear the thumping steps of Mackinac as more drinks are being slung and doled out to these patrons.
As Eli starts, Ender.
Did you hear mine earlier, Jeremy?
I didn't hear much of anything because I had to like go through the process of making sure the router was working, reboot, restart, all that good stuff. Sorry.
My favorite one is Florida man loses glasses on roller coaster ride, quoted as saying, "I can't see shit."
That is true. I couldn't see shit, but I wasn't on a roller coaster.
What were you on?
I was on some sort of raging river thing, and I got dunked in like a vortex. Thankfully, I was wearing a vest. Otherwise, I don't know if I'd be sitting here, guys. That thing is dangerous. It was fun, though.
Oh.
I find that the most fun things usually are kind of dangerous.
Well, in the time that the power surge got to know a little bit about music's backstory, started talking to Red, and then left it off, and then talked a lot about Florida Man. So that's the recap.
Yeah, and all the stuff I said about my backstory is 100% canon. Yes, I really am a polymorphed red dragon.
Ooh.
Wait, what?
So I apologize. All that awesome roleplay leading up to this moment, that file got corrupted with the power surge. So that's okay. We're not gonna do
last time on the Dragon Between.
We're not gonna redo that. No worries. But without further ado, if you guys are all ready, we'll get started again.
Let's go.
All right, hit that recap.
Okay, no recap.
What?
Let's see. Aura, you watched as Sporlin hopped off your head, scuttled down your body, and began hurriedly skittering across the floor, bobbing and weaving past legs as people are walking around the establishment towards that southeastern corner where Red was headed. You said you're heading in that direction?
Yeah, I'm gonna follow him.
Okay. Red, as you approach the table, you can see now clearly these two shifters. And as you begin to approach, the male sort of straightens himself, puts his drink down, looks at you, and says, "Good evening, Red." It's been a long time.
Red just gives a nod back.
There's a
Glad it
few
has.
There's a few scars, and this individual is wearing some interesting armor that appears to be scale mail, the scales of which look like interwoven leaves, and they have a light shiny green patina. This individual appears to be your old companion, Talon. And as you gaze at him for the first time in a while and look across the table to the female, you now realize the female is in fact Swift. And she puts down her writing utensil and then leaps up from her stool and leaps towards you and throws her arms around your neck.
I give her a big old hug back.
And nearly crushes the two children that you're holding. And it quickly realizes there's two squirming bundles on you, and looks down and says, "Oh, that's so cute. I didn't know that you had children."
I kind of twist around a little bit so that the two little babies can see them a little better. I did not. These are orphans.
And
there was some unfortunate events at the outpost.
And you're noticing that both Talon and Swift are speaking in an accent not unlike the humans that you've encountered in your travels. Very much so have lost the thick almost Slavic style speaking, not speaking in first person or third person. And Swift looks at you, just sort of staring at the children, then looking at you, and then Red, you hear all of a sudden the sound of like thump, 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 and Sporlin launches itself at the sword that is leaning against the table, and it is now grabbing the sword and trying to pull it away from the table.
Can I try to grab him as he's flying towards it?
Sure. Make a dexterity check, or I'll tell you what. Make a. No, this would be more. Yeah, this would be an acrobatics check to reach out and grab Sporlin as it leaps through the air. Okay. Just as Sporlin was about to get to the sword, you reach out with one arm and grab Sporlin, is now squirming in your hands, just trying to get out of your grip. And Auri, you reach the table just in time to see Red grip Sporlin out of the air as Sporlin was launching itself at the sword that's leaning against the table.
And I kind of hold him up in front of my face. This one is surprised to see you away from the... And I look around for Ari.
And Auri has arrived almost within the same amount of time that you've grabbed Sporlin, and you're now speaking to Sporlin.
I'm not quite sure what got into him.
Great shifter spirit, there you are. Your little mushroom friend seems rather overexcited, and I would hand him over to you.
And Talon Talon looks at this whole ordeal and is just grinning. And he says, sorry about that. And he takes out a cloth and he begins rubbing it over the pommel of his blade. I'm afraid I left some pheromones on here. It has a tendency to attract things from the Underdark. Or creatures such as this one. Where are my manners? Good evening, young lady. I am Talon, son of Bacchus, and this is my sister, Swift, daughter of Bacchus. Or, and he looks at you, Red, and winks, Almond and Rain, gesturing towards the female shifter. These are our chosen travel names, Red. And you can see now he is in the presence of Auri, putting on airs and slipping back into that sort of a Slavic accent.
Hi, I'm Ari.
Auri, 'tis a pleasure. Reaches out and takes your hand if you offer it. And he very immediately begins to gently pull your hand towards his face, and he plants a kiss right on the top of your hand. Child of the forest, no doubt.
I'll take my hand back and be blushing and... Oh, yeah, I am.
And Talon, or Almond, as he is referred to, Almond as in the nut, he lets your hand go, allows you to compose yourself. And turns and smiles over at you, Red, and says, well, what are you doing with children? I interrupted, I'm so sorry.
These ones were at the outpost. There was a vicious takeover. All shifters except these were killed. And of course myself.
So
I am hoping to find a home for them.
Oh, very well then. I was assuming perhaps you were retiring from the life, so to speak, that this was in fact your journey.
This one is not ready to retire anytime soon.
Are you sure? And Talon's sister, Almond, you shut up now. Leave Red alone. We haven't seen her in forever, and you're making a fool of yourself, especially in front of this pretty girl. I'm so sorry, miss. Please, just ignore my brother.
Oh, he hasn't done anything wrong. Not in my eyes.
He's a lecherous whoremonger. Please, just
Oh.
ignore him. And when she says that, he just immediately turns like a shade of almost purple and turns back to his drink and shuts up immediately. Doesn't say another word. Red, you're staying here for a while?
And I'll kind of glance over at Ari a bit awkwardly. This one is not sure where adventure will take her. There seems to be many problems of shifters going missing in these parts.
Yes, we were summoned. The Moon Speaker summoned us. And Swift now looks to you and in a hushed tone says, many of the community have fled. Some of which the Moon Speaker has said have gone into the woods to the east. We're here to investigate and find out what happened to them.
Moonspeaker Aurora said she took this role in an attempt to prevent more of the community from joining the followers of the churning chaos.
And I'd kind of like look over to Talon. You asked me about retiring. This one does not think that you plan on retiring very soon either.
And Talon looks at you and says, well, of course. How else will I become as famous as Carmos Rinder of Onder? I can't become famous if I quit now. Is this your ward, this young pretty lady?
Not quite. This one was rescued by this great shifter spirit and her companions.
A shifter spirit and companions? And you now watch as Talon, aka Almond, is sort of glancing and scanning the room, just looking in the direction of various people.
Yes, and I'll say the large metal man, the small wizard in the robe, the tiny kobold with his metal contraptions, the half-orc samurai, and the, well, she's very good at hiding. There is a elven ranger. They are quite the fighters, very brave.
Well, isn't that wonderful? It seems you have found companions to replace your old friends. Perhaps this is your journey indeed. Tell me, Red, would you be, if you're not too busy, would it be possible for you and your companions, as you say, to help the community and to help Moonspeaker Aurora?
This one will bring your request before them. They are, well, I hope they become close, like my lost kin. I grow tired of traveling alone.
If it is...
You have no need to travel alone. I'll always be with you.
Well, if this one is planning to travel with you, Red, then perhaps I will stick around a bit longer. And you hear a sort of a hissing noise come from Swift, aka Rain.
And I kind of nod.
If it
I
is your
hope
journey, Red, then so be it. You know as well as I do that you cannot force the path.
This one does not know how forced this path is. You do not know the horrible things that happened in that outpost. I owe a debt to these people.
I understand. And perhaps this debt is your journey yet to come. Or at the very least, leads you to it. We have seen terrible things here as well. There is some goblin man who's been rambling around about a giant worm from the swamp. While this conversation is going on, what are the rest of you doing? Lithana, you're still drinking that gallon with licorice?
And Zito.
And Zito?
I was just typing this. I am is Radabon or Jack there?
Yes, they're both there. They've been carousing at the bar. They're still wearing their splint armor. They don't appear to be armed. At least with as far as you can tell, they don't appear to be armed. Of course, you, Ender, would know that no one of any of the clans is ever unarmed, even without your sword. Right. And they both see you, and they both gave you a hearty pat on the back when you walk by.
All right, well, I'm going to stop and drink with them.
Okay. They immediately...
I'll probably end up...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm going to... My whole trip... For the next foreseeable future until any action happens, I'm going to be buying their rounds, so...
Okay. They will wholeheartedly accept that. As the drink is... as you have seen the currency of the realm, they all trade in Galifar coin, of course. Drink is very affordable in this place. Mackinac doesn't appear to be upcharging the patrons of his establishment, Gutterguts. You get the sense, as well as everyone else, that game that you observe that other half-orc play, that appears to be some sort of a game of chance to gain tokens to trade in for drink. And in the course of drinking with Radabon and Jekt, they start sort of nudging you to see if you're interested in trying your luck.
I don't gamble.
And Radabon looks at you and he says, "It's not gambling. It's a trade."
No.
It's skill. Testing your skill. Many people cheat. And he looks at Jekt and shoots him an ugly look. And Jekt just looks down immediately. You, it would be skill. Or... if I'm not mistaken, and I don't mean to impose or overstep myself here, you do not appear to bear the mark. Unless you have it hidden somewhere else on yourself. Shh, hush, don't say anything or Mackinac will crack all our skulls. It's either that...
No, I'm not interested in playing.
It's either that or get bit. Would you rather get bit?
What do you mean get bit?
Do you want to get bit? And he gestures towards the 50-gallon basin, and you watch as something arcs up out from the surface of the mud, which was still, and then suddenly there's an explosion of movement as something leaps up and then lands in the mud, splashing it over the edges of the basin. That...
Why is that in there?
It's his pet. Mackinac used to have a very, very big version of that, and he stuffed the head after it passed and hung it above his establishment. And the rumor is that he keeps a whole bunch of those things underneath the tavern. That's the rumor. Because no matter what happens to Bob, whether Bob gets squished or dies, it never seems to get bigger. There always seems to be another Bob.
I'm going to shrug and say, well, it's better than a cat. And then I'm going to lose interest.
Okay. Eli, can you hear this? With your passive, I would say it's way too loud in here for you to hear all that. Unless you're like creepily sneaking up on Ender as he's talking to those two. I believe you were gaggling over at Red and the other shifters and Auri.
Yes. I was sitting at a table and
the wine did eventually find its way to you. A very, very nice bottle of wine, which Mackinac sends over, strangely, floating on a tray, and it rests itself to you.
How much?
You can feel a presence there, like something is there but you can't see anything.
I can see within the ethereal plane.
If you use your action to activate it, yes.
It is always activated.
That's not true, sir. You have to use an action to activate that ability, and it stops if you are incapacitated or when you take a short rest. And you don't regain the ability to use it again until you take another short rest. So, would you like to activate it?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm assuming I activate it all the time when I wake up.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to assume. I'm going to ask, sir.
Okay.
Because there might be a time where you're like, no, I don't want to use it. I want to save it. So you activated it. I assume at some point in time, you see some sort of bipedal individual, which is has brought you this drink. And it's sort of a shimmering, silvery, quicksilver-like substance, almost like a liquid, and it flows as it moves. But its appendages don't resemble like that of a standard humanoid. They're almost like ribbons or flowing water. And it very quickly moves away. And you can see now as it moves around the chamber, picking up things and then casting them, delivering items from the counter. This appears to be either the main source or one of many. And as you look around, you can see smaller ones in various places, climbing the walls and the ceiling. You can see them adjusting lighting, cleaning. You can see just scattered all around this place. Whatever these things are, they appear to be minders or assistants, or potentially a projection of some sort.
Wow. Anything else look strange?
I mean, there's a whole lot of people with like glowing like things on their bodies in various places. You see many of the individuals in this place, human and half-orc, appear to bear marks that were described to you and also resemble the one that you see on yourself. If you look down at yourself, you can now see that glowing dragon mark that was described to you by Lithana when she used her gem. And as
dragon mark.
as you're sitting there, a diminutive individual strides up to your table and he says,
"Oh, hello there. Greetings. I could not bring myself to interrupt you as you were having your drink. May I introduce myself? My name is Arget Grusnik. I am a bounty hunter by trade, freelance. But now myself and my cousins, Thim and Puckle, are here in looking for creatures to hunt for sport.
Yes.
Are you?
I wouldn't.
I take it from your demeanor and your belongings that you are of an adventuring sort.
I mean, you could say that. I'm adventurous. I think so. As he's pouring his like $20 gold piece wine.
He looks at you and he says,
"Ooh, very good. Ooh.
He sort of purrs and says something to the robed goblin, who now looks at you and says,
What my cousin, he is not as gifted with words as I am. He was wondering if you were possibly looking for work, or if you are in the market to take on some work here in the near future."
Oh, I mean, there's always work that could be done for a price.
How does 75,000 gold sound?
Oh, what do you need done?
Oh, it's very simple. We just need to head out into the swamp, track down and kill a giant worm.
Oh, you're talking. Oh, big. What kind of worm?
A really big one.
75,000 gold. Make it 100,000. Dangerous.
And he just sort of looks at you and he says, Adam. And he hisses. And he begins saying something to Artaget, and Artaget says, Badna!
Leave him be. We are negotiating. Well, good sir, I can see that you are no fool.
No, I have done many studies. See, what kind of worm? I probably have heard of it.
And he just sort of rests his hand on his chain, looks at you, and says,
Very, very big. Not natural of this world. A creature that does not belong.
Have I heard of anything such thing, Jeremy?
Sure, you guys have fought giant squids and a giant mutated crocodile that had the brain of a dragon.
So kind of like thinking it might be some special experiment.
And the other goblin, which hasn't been speaking, just looks at you and begins very lowly saying, Kurar. Kurar. And the robed one now rests a hand on that one, this more of a disheveled, barely clothed goblin, and rests his hand on him and says,
Shava, rest yourself. So you wish to bargain. I understand. It is a danger you do not know. We also do not know. We are sharing the profits for this adventure, which has been promised to us. It is not our gold which we are giving to you. We are sharing gold that we shall earn. 75,000 gold Galifar.
Yes, but I'm a man of negotiations, see. How much are you getting out of this?
Well, we will split the earnings with you, since you would more than likely be taking on most of the risk. We will give you... we will give you... did say 75,000, didn't I?
Indeed, you did.
Shuvah. Very well. 75,000. That is cutting heavily into our profits, but I did say it, and I am a goblin of my word.
I am very interested, but I am not the only member of my group. I must ask them, but 75,000 gold? It turned a lot of good ears toward... We have good high chance.
Duval, I understand. You speak to your people. We will be here. We will be here for some time. Artaget, we were going out into the swamp 2 days from now.
And Artaget, the one with the tricorn hat, looks in the direction of them and says,
Yes, we're going in 2 days' time, if that is enough time for us to find someone who will help us. Otherwise, we will just wait. The worm can wait for us. Unless somebody else is planning to go out there and get killed or try to kill it. But this one looks ghoul. And perhaps his companions are Gudar.
Yeah. I'll go talk to that. And Eli kind of like grabs his bottle and slips out of the chair and walks over to Red.
And Eli, you are an educated half elf. You're fairly certain that these two have been mixing common with Goblin while they've been speaking to you.
Oh, yes, I don't speak Goblin. I was going to say, what did they say? But no, I don't speak Goblin.
And they allow you to go to your friends and gather them. They, Autoget leaves you alone. He walks away. Thim gives you a very polite nod and turns. Puckle just sort of continues to stare at you and is continuing to whisper, Kurar. Kurar.
Could he be? He walks over to Audrey and Red. Hey, guys.
And as you walk up, Eli, you now see the two other shifters that they've been conversing with, who immediately straighten themselves when you approach.
And as Eli comes up, I kind of gesture. Oh yes, this is the short magic woman spoke of.
Eli gives her a long stare. One day you'll need me.
This one has only seen your magic cause chaos. Sometimes good chaos, mostly crazy chaos.
What can I say? Magic is mysterious. But I have something good for you. Good news. We have been asked to go kill a worm for 75,000 gold.
And as soon as you say 75,000 gold, the male shifter just sort of like, he starts as if he was about to stand up. And the female holds a hand out to him. Like he looked like he was getting ready to come at you. And then he straightens himself and rests back and he says, that is a hefty sum for a freelancer. Hefty indeed. That amount of coin could help the people here quite a bit. Red, I assume you are planning to share with the Moon Speaker?
This one only does things from the, and I kind of give a pointed glare to Eli, the goodness of her heart. My share will, of course, benefit our people.
And of course, Red, if you decide to assist my sister and I, out of the goodness of your heart or not, with our task in the wood, we would compensate you as well.
I turn to Eli. This one also found a job for us, though I would hate to charge my friends. Could you two do this out of the goodness of your heart, magic men?
A long smile and a stare at Red. Awkwardly. It's... Yes, for you.
That was easier than I thought. Your friend is very kind.
Wait till the gold's in his hand and try again.
Music, are you wandering up to the table?
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on everybody.
Okay. At this point, I would assume Lithana and Zito, you both need to make Constitution saving throws, as well as Ender.
What?
Because you guys have been drinking.
No.
Goes Zeta.
Dang, Zito's
I'm drinking alcohol. I thought it was alcohol free.
Are you drinking water?
If he
Definitely
thought it
no.
was alcohol free, then he
I
should
think
have
I'm at
disadvantage of a
about
save.
Ender's drink.
Is it a save or yeah, save?
Yes, sir.
If he thought it was alcohol free, he should have disadvantage on that save. He wasn't ready.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, look at
So-
Ender's con.
Surprisingly, all of you are holding your liquor incredibly well. Lithana, there's an incredibly sloshed sprite currently swimming around in this gallon bucket of ale. And you say, "See, you big folk can't hold your drink. Yeah. I'm gonna go to sleep now." Yeah. And just sort of pulls themselves up very slowly over the edge of the container and immediately just passes out and starts to slump back into this container, potentially potentially about to drown.
Lithana will gently lift her out,
And as soon
put
as you
her on the table.
as soon as you touch her out, so as soon as you touch her, just the slightest touch, she just pinwheels her arms like, "Hey, get off of me!" And just like shoots sparks at your face. They're harmless, but you just get a bit surprised as these. It's almost like fireworks going off in your eyes.
She'll take a little cloth and put it on the table and wrap her in it. And then she'll take the other gallon and start to drink it.
Okay. It was the same gallon, actually. It tastes like licorice. And as you, the little sprite curls up and on the top of the bar, and you just hear very, very softly going, sleepy, 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 sleepy. Zito, Lithana is currently snoozing her head on the bar. It's sort of a strange, sort of a guttural snoring. You're
she's
feeling,
fine.
you're feeling tingly. You're feeling good, and you glance over and you see most of your companions, sans Ender, are sort of hovering around this table in the southeastern corner of this establishment.
Zito's gonna get up from his stool that he was standing on and start to make his way over there. But then he's going to stop at that giant barrel with the worm in it.
Okay. Let's see.
I think Zito's feeling pretty
Zito,
good right now.
Let's see. Okay.
Alright. Can I keep going?
If you'd like, you're going to continue to drink from it.
Drink from the barrel?
And you're
was-
drinking from the barrel. There is another
No,
barrel
I was
sitting on
thinking
the
about
bar.
the Bob barrel.
Oh, you want to drink from the Bob barrel? Well, that's not alcohol.
Well, I was thinking Zito's going to try it.
Oh, you're going to try it? Okay.
I think he's drunk, confident enough to at least try it.
Oh,
And
no.
Zito, someone comes up behind you, almost your height, and claps a hand on your shoulder and whispers into your ear. And you turn and look and you see a very dirty goblin, just wearing pants, no shoes, no shirt, and smiling, these gnarly, nasty, yellowish orange teeth, and gesturing towards this 50-gallon basin.
Zito is going to look back at the goblin and
Who pounds his chest and says,
Zito speaks goblin. What is he saying?
he's looking at you and he's pounding his chest. He's saying that you two are strong people. Like a bugbear. The two of you together, strong like a bugbear.
Is that goblins like
basically a goblin pickup line?
I mean, it's whatever you want it to be. Are you paying attention to what's going on between Zito and this goblin?
I don't mean to be rude here, Zito, but you're too short. I would have to really crouch down low to pay attention to that.
And the little goblin looks at you, Ender, and holds his hands up and sort of winces, and he just sort of barks out, Tohish, and looks away from you. Won't meet your gaze, Ender.
What do you say?
Okay.
He called Ender dangerous.
My middle name.
Zito is going to return in Goblin. Why do you think he's dangerous?
And he looks at you and he points towards the blade, the sword at Ender's side. Sharat, which means blade.
Do you not like blades?
And he looks at you, and then he reaches out and pokes your chest, and then he points to Ender with a grim look on his face, and he says, Shara, which means sword brother. He's asking you if you two are bonded.
They're totally dating.
Yes, we are bonded. He is my sword brother.
Duvol. He asks you if you're speaking the truth.
It is true that I traveled for many months with Ender and all the other newcomers here.
And
except for that one over there, he's going to point to Red in music.
And now the hairy little stinky goblin now reaches out a hand towards you, Ender. Very short, same height as Zito, gestures a hand out as if to reach up to take yours. And he says, Bro, which means, are you a friendly stranger?
I'm going to
Zito's going to translate it for him.
And I'm going to be paying attention to him finally. I was ignoring this whole thing until now when he reached up at me, and I'm going to take I'm assuming my finger is humongous, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm going
it's like trying to shake hands with a baby.
I'm going to take my finger and shake his hand with my finger.
And he very graciously takes your finger and moves it up and down, surprisingly strong for a little goblin. And he says something to you which is kind of difficult for you to understand, Zito. It sounds something akin to warlord. He calls Ender Ilhakvik. And then he follows it up by saying Ilhakvikru. Something akin to, it sounds like he's calling Ender a warlord, a very skilled warlord, and he nods his head in reverence to you, Ender. Like he's taking you in, and clearly he sees something of you that is unspoken, but he's registering there is definitely a presence to you.
A really nice compliment. I'm going to thank him, I guess. Just with that same like quizzical, like I'm very surprised.
And he looks to you and he bows and he says Taramut, which means you have honor.
I'm going to buy this little goblin a drink. If he was trying to purchase, like if he was trying to bribe me to getting a beer by giving me compliments, it fucking worked. I feel like a warlord now.
He accepts the drink from you, but he just does not drink it. And he says, "Yeah, Hanozi Kita Acha, which sounds something akin to I am in your debt, or something akin to I owe a debt to your honor, as if this conversation has been an honor to him, so much so that he feels indebted to you.
What did you do to him, Bender?
I merely sat here.
Have you met this one before? I don't think Zito even got his name yet.
I don't think so.
He
if I have no memory of it.
He says something. He tries to tell you his name, but then you watch him. He turns his head to the side and he just says in common, "Puckle."
Oh, that's Puckle. So that was one of the three. His brother being Artigat, right?
Artigat and Thim. Thim was the one that was in robes, and Artigat is the one that's decked out in like armor with a tricorn hat.
I wrote down thin.
Think the word thumb, but with an I after the H and two M's. And he looks to you after saying his name. He looks to you, Ender, and to you, Zito, and he pounds his chest and he says, "Dask," which means soldier.
Oh man, this little goblin got me thinking about that 75k now. Can't believe I'm going to.
And he then starts to gesture with his hands in sort of like a swirling motion, as if gesturing around. You're not entirely sure what he's gesturing at, but he barks out a word a word he says, "Kappa," which you could take that to mean either betrayal or treachery.
He's referring to the place around us when he says treachery.
Make an insight check. After getting the, I assume that Zito has been translating for you. He seems to be just referring to this place, to where you are. That there is potentially, he's referring to, it's all around you. That's why he made that sort of swirling motion with his hand. He's referring to treachery and betrayal all around all of us.
See, so he's not saying that he is planning to betray this city, and he's not saying that someone specifically is going to betray us, right?
No.
Okay. But is the DM saying A or B? Sorry, I'm abusing that insight roll. It's such a good one.
He now gestures to your drink and he says, "Koduat."
Well,
and nods his head. He nods his head expectantly, looks at you, and repeats it. He says, "Koduat."
He's saying the same thing twice now. So, you should hurry up and translate it.
Zito, it sounds like he's referring to, he's asking Ender if he wants to imbibe something called Hero's Blood, which is a very potent alcoholic drink amongst the it's a legendary alcoholic drink from the Decani Empire.
As you get to the word legendary, and alcohol, I'm definitely shaking my head up and down. Yes. Yes.
And he looks at you and he now calls out, says it again now, "Kodorat!" And as he says that, the sound in here starts to get a little lower. The people are murmuring a bit, and then the sound it goes back up to its normal octave. And Machinox just sort of thumps, thump, thump over to the edge of the bar, peers over at the little goblin, and then looks at you, Ender, and says, "What do you say? You want hero's blood?"
I'm going to ask him, what exactly is hero's blood?
Well, I can't tell you what it's made from, but I can tell you that one of the ingredients comes from a creature. Something nasty and rare. It's made from purple worm venom.
Is this pretty potent, like the alcohol? Is it going?
I thought you said you couldn't say.
What's that?
He just said he couldn't say, and then immediately told us in the same sentence.
It's true. This is Maka that Ender is currently speaking to. And then as soon as Mock says that, Mock is the other head, that guttural sound, and Nox says,
Well, what he means to say is he didn't want to tell you, but he is bewitched by me, and he has to tell you. Has to be honest. We're a very honest establishment, sir, and we will not be giving anyone hero's blood unless you sign a waiver.
Oh, this is intriguing. Ender, are you going to do it?
I am just looking at Nock. I'm guessing the second head, the one that is
the one that has a sort of a lilting, almost southern twang to it. Yes. Which is, I forgot to mention, both of them have like makeup on them. Mox is very like, it looks like literally took a hand, slapped it on some makeup, and then slapped himself in the face. Nox is very, very finely like done, has wings on the eyes, like the eyeliner, is wearing like a very bright pink lip gloss. And just sort of, it purrs, almost purrs when talking to you.
Now, young man, I must insist, if you are interested, do you have folk who will take care of you, just in case?
I'm going to look back at my friends, who I'm assuming in this landscape, they all look incredibly irresponsible and are getting drunk out of their gourds. And I'm going to look back at, I guess, except for Ari, I'm going to look back at him and go, yeah, probably.
He thinks I'm getting drunk? He is so weird. This is quaint.
Yeah. Music.
Music is the ultimate, is the ultimate designated driver.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm the most irresponsible of them all. I don't need alcohol to do something dumb. Yeah, Ender, I got your back. I'll take care of you. Go ahead.
So you're asking to drink hero's blood, yes?
Hold off. Out of game here. How dumb of an idea is this? You're making this. You're really building this up to like. I'm starting to, think that Ender perhaps is making a mistake here. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not going to do this if you say it's a horrible idea. I think my character is now, I guess, finding his end.
If you back out now, the little goblin and everybody else is going to think you're not, less heroic.
You really think so?
Make that too. I'll deal with you, Ender.
I would think so. I would. I mean, if you didn't drink that after that goblin talked you up like that, I think you were fake.
All right. Should I pull out my dice bag here? Anyways, going
so yes. Again, Nock is looks to you with this expectant look on his face and says, "Are you sure?"
Drink two.
Yeah, I'll drink one with him.
Oh, you wish to imbibe as well, little one? Well, that's a whole different story. Now, ordinarily, we serve it by the shot. Drinking an entire mug of this would most certainly kill the both of you. And possibly 6 others in the room as well.
I love dying.
Oh, we'll have 2 shots then.
2 shots. Very well.
1 for each of us.
1 for each of you. All right. And she just sort of grins and turns around, and from behind on the wall is of course lined with barrels and bottles and various things. And there's one bottle in particular that catches your eye. It looks almost like a decanter, and it has some sort of a strange device. It looks like a stopper, but it's made of metal, and it's clamped over the top of this. And Mackinac takes it, brings it over. That'll be 50 gold from each of you. You'll understand if I ask for it up front, just in case you both expire.
Alright, still out of character here. This sounds like a horrible idea. Back into character. Sure, and I'll give him 60 gold.
Okay. All right, 60 gold from you, Ender. Go ahead and deduct that from your sheet. Zito, are you still in?
Yeah, I'm gonna give him 5 platinum pieces.
Oh,
Did
okay.
you say that a whole mug of that would kill both of them and probably 6 other people?
Possibly.
I'll buy the rest of the bottle.
Oh, you want to buy the whole bottle?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Can't be that many shots left in it.
If you want to go over and join the conversation and ask, you can.
Oh, as soon as I heard them talking him up, I wandered over there. This is interesting.
Okay. As soon as you get there, Mackinac has already clamped a big hand over this metal. It almost seems like a metal chip clip. And you watch as its mighty hand squeezes on it to release the tension that it's holding on the end of the bottle, and then pops it off. Just this... pulls it off, and you just hear this bottle echo, and there's a sound. It sloshes as it lifts the bottle up off of the counter and puts these 2 little shot glasses and begins to slowly pour what looks to you like goblin piss. It's sort of an orangish yellow substance. It pours out thick, like a syrup.
I know what color goblin piss is.
Yes.
I've seen people drink goblin piss. It's not that bad.
The smell that comes off of it is acrid. And when a little bit of it dribbles off of the end of the bottle, as Mackinac upends the bottle and sits it back on the counter and puts the stopper back on it, that little drop hits the counter and immediately starts to smoke, as it seems to be reacting to the wood of the bar. And there's a little bit of a waft of effervescence that's coming off of these little shot glasses. Mackinac looks at you. Nock says, "Well, bottoms up."
I look down,
Cheers.
and I kneel down, so I'm at his level as close as I can get. And we're gonna cheers, yeah.
Okay.
Down the hatch, as they say.
At the same time?
Same time.
Yes, same time.
Okay, I need you both to make Constitution saving throws. As the smell hits you first. It is tangy. It burns your nostrils. And as soon as it touches your lips, it feels like someone shoved a hot coal and pressed it up against your mouth. It burns. It doesn't stop burning as it goes over your tongue and down your throat. It warms, but it burns. And it burns a lot. And let's see. Okay, Zito, you take 40 acid damage. And Ender, you take half as much. You take 20 acid damage as the 2 of you start gagging and convulsing, gripping your throats. This burning, horrible sensation.
You feel as though the two of you will never become parched ever again. Like there's not enough water to sate yourselves from this burning sensation.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Let's do it again.
And Mackinac looks at you, has now taken your money, and says, "A pleasure doing business, boys. Now, if you don't mind, I have to get back to my other patrons."
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
How many shots are left in that bottle?
Oh, there's at least a half a bottle left in there. I'd say there's at least 650 gold worth of stuff is pretty rare.
I'll take it.
You'll take it? Are you?
Yes, I will.
Are you sure?
Yes, quite.
Well, very well. Again, I don't imagine that you'll get the same experience drinking this, sir, but I don't recommend that you attempt to drink it all in one go. If you were listening if you at all were listening in, eavesdropping while I was speaking to those two fine sirs.
Well, I'm well aware. Thank you.
All right, as they're discussing, Zito and I are still.
Yeah, it's taken you both a long time to recover from this, especially Zito, who was already inebriated, and now Zito is on his back.
Is he coughing up blood yet?
Clawing at his throat. Pinkish red bubble of blood is coming out of the corner of his mouth and dribbling onto the floor.
I think at that point Zito would cast Cure Wounds on himself.
Okay.
At 5th level.
Can he?
Yes, he
I
can.
think there's a vocal element that you're gonna have to. Also, Zito, while you're doing that, I'm also pointing at me, going, "Me next."
All right, and I'll also do it the same for them.
Okay. All right. So it looks like you healed him. He's only got 1 hit point down now.
Okay, guys, let's do it again, but this time I'm going to hex your constitution. Who's down?
Wow.
Music, why don't you drink it?
Because I don't drink. I'm actually saving this for a special occasion.
Oh, Eli, did you wander over to get involved?
Yes, I did.
If we were like level 2,
I
that
think
would
Eli wants to drink now.
Yeah, that would have instantly killed you if you were like level 2.
I've already withdrawn the gold from my account. Do I have the bottle?
Yes, you do.
Good.
And this
Is it in there, or do I need to add it?
You can just add an item in the and call it what you want. It's referred to as
Hero's blood.
It's referred to as Hero's Blood, or Korluat, which is spelled Korluat.
Hero's Blood it is. You know what's great about drinking Hero's Blood? In game,
You're a man.
bragging rights all night.
Where's the goblin? Did he live?
The goblin didn't drink it. In fact, he didn't drink the alcoholic beverage that Ender offered to him.
That little bitch. He done talked you up and then he ran.
No, he's still standing there. He's just very patiently holding the drink that Ender gave him, just holding it patiently and looking up at Ender and just beaming from ear to ear.
Hey, Zito, look at him and say your turn in goblin.
Zito is gonna look at Pico and says, "Why don't you drink?"
Puckle looks at you, and this is too many words for me to speak to you in Goblin. Essentially, he tells you that he has sworn off all alcoholic beverages. He cannot sully himself, especially before a great hunt.
Now he tells us
he would not sully himself before a great hunt, but he continues to refer to Ender, and now to you, Zito. He calls you both Gaul, which means mighty. And he then refers to both of you. He says Galdar, which means that you're both very mighty people.
What is it that you're hunting tomorrow?
And he looks at you, and he just, in a low, hushed tone, he says, Korar. Korar. Which means death. You are hunting death. You're not sure if he's literally means death or if he's speaking figuratively.
Well, you mean that he's hunting death, or that we're hunting death?
That essentially you are all hunting death if you join them.
Is there... I mean, we were told that we slain the strongest creature in the swamp. Didn't we, Ender?
yes.
Yeah, so we slain a very powerful black dragon not too long ago that lived in the swamp.
Black Dragon / Hydra.
And he looks to you and with almost a look of shock on his face, and he says, Dragus.
As he called himself the king. Was it the king of the swamp, or was it king of the river?
Referred to itself, well, it was referred to as the tyrant.
Oh, it's the tyrant? I thought it was the king. But, yeah, so we slain that dragon, or at least its servant called it a dragon. I don't recall a dragon looking anything like that.
When you refer to slaying this dragon, which Puckle referred to as Dragus, he exclaims, Kavaloha, and which roughly translates to blood of the word, which is a commonly uses either a curse or amazement, depending on the inflection on the word.
What is it by how he's saying it?
It sounds like he's astonished. Like he's looking at you, and he's continuing to say that you're both mighty. Like he keeps repeating it. And after a moment, he takes his tiny little hand, and he scratches his chin. And then he holds up a finger and then begins rushing off towards Autoget and Thim. And begins excitedly speaking to them. And they speak for a moment, and then Thim and Puckle and Autoget now wander over to the two of you, and Thim says, "This Puckle seems to think that you may be worth more than I have offered. That remains to be seen. If you are willing to take on this task, I may be able to sweeten the pot, so to speak."
Offer. Ender didn't hear the original.
Yeah, what task are you talking about?
Well, I assumed you came in together. You're referring to the offer that I gave to your robed friend.
And gestures towards Eli, who, if I'm not mistaken, is standing there with the two of you and music.
Yes, he is.
I'm going to assume Eli's up to no good, and I'm going to approach Eli and say, "What offer?"
No, hold on. He just said he will offer greater price. What's your new price?
Ender feels he's in like a drunken state, and he's insulted that he hasn't heard about
Ender's
this yet.
tongue is very numb. Even after the healing from Zito, you're having a hard time forming words. Or it has been. It's starting to wear off now. You can actually now speak. But this entire time that you've been attempting to communicate, it's been difficult because your tongue has been a bit numb and also swollen.
Guess I'm just mumbling to myself.
Ender. See, he offered us a job. We go kill a worm. He'll pay us good price, but I want to hear a more greater price.
Hang on. You're killing a worm? Why are you killing a worm?
Oh, no, I mean, they want to kill a worm. He offered it with wants our company.
Yeah, Zito's asking the goblins that.
You're asking them about the worm?
Yeah, why would they want to kill the worm?
And Artigat looks at them, and the Them just sort of chuckles and says, "We don't want to kill it, but we have no choice. It is not something that can be tamed or really captured, not without great physical risk. And the terrain, you see, is not ideal for this task, which is why it is so dangerous and which is why we are wishing to hire you and your companions."
But why?
I'm going to try
Why
to
are you going to go out to...
And
yes, I'm going to ask the same thing.
Artigat looks and speaks up before Them says another word. Says, "Because the individual or organization that has hired us wishes to have this thing. We were contracted to find and bring as many exotic creatures, alive or dead, to our employers as we could within 1 month's time. It has been 3 weeks. We have caught and killed some things, but this last one has so far eluded us. We know where it is, or where it could be. We just need assistance."
Who is your employers?
I am not at liberty to say. They wish to keep themselves anonymous. During this whole conversation, what are Auri and Red doing? Are you guys just
panic?
Yeah, I was just kind of listening to their stuff. Not drinking.
not drinking? Okay.
Yeah, just sitting and hanging out with the shifters, I guess. Probably, starting to try to chill the babies out.
Okay.
They're getting rowdy.
They are getting rowdy. The little boy has been desperately attempting to grab a hold of Sporlin and tear him to shreds. And both your companions from before, who refer to themselves now as Almond and Rain, they're talking to you about the locals playing Herzak, which is a game that resembles Capture the Flag, taken to a bit of a shifter style extreme. And they inform you that the community, at least when they arrived, had for those that had not gone into the woods and not come back, were continuing the tradition of playing this, and that they play it somewhere towards the outskirts, the edge of the wood. Like they've set up an obstacle course.
This one will have to join you. It has been too long since I have played.
And Swift just sort of pats you on the side of your face and says, I know, and I am sorry I have not kept in touch. We have been very busy. It has not been a good time for us.
This one understands. It seems we've all had our troubles. I will do my best to help ease your burden.
Red, you know that we would do anything for you. You are of our blood, even if you are not. We are bonded, the three of us. Though you are not a daughter of Bacchus, you are kin to us.
I pat her face back. This one hopes our separation will not be so long next time. And I touch foreheads, like cats do.
And she just sort of rubs against your face and just sort of purrs. And while that's going on, the goblins are now attempting to work out the particulars with the rest of your companions over near the bar.
So, do we have a deal?
Do you mind if I speak to you alone outside? Me and Ender.
He's gonna shake his hand. You got a deal.
And Artiget reaches out, grabs your hand, and it's an odd experience for you, Zito, traveling around with tall folk all the time, getting to make deals with folk who are at your level. And he grips your hand and heartily shakes it.
Good. We'll give you a couple of days to prepare. No need to rush things, especially after you and your companion decided to nearly kill yourselves just now. We'll allow you to rest and get what you need before we head out into the swamp.
You said greater price. What is the new deal?
I did not say greater price. Thim said we might be able to sweeten the pot. But we will work out those particulars if you can prove yourselves. We don't know you, and you don't really know us, and we're offering you work. We're offering you a portion of our funds that we were receiving for this job.
Yes, do you mind if I speak to you alone outside?
Why must we go outside? This place is big enough. We can find a cozy little corner somewhere if you wish to speak to me privately.
Okay. In the corner. I have a few questions.
Okay, go right ahead.
Your employers.
Yes, the ones that I cannot reveal to you.
What other creatures did you kill?
Let's see, we killed something that resembled a giant octopus. We killed a few things that resembled giant insects. There were some little things that sort of resembled brains with legs.
Are we in a corner, kind of far away from everyone else?
I mean, there's a lot of noise. There's lots of people in here. So if someone's paying attention, you might not necessarily know if they are. But you're welcome to make a perception check. Doesn't appear to be anyone that's really giving either of you. Never mind. This, unlike many other areas of Corvair, this place seems to be very much so free-speaking, free-thinking, and to see a half elf and a goblin conversing privately is not an odd thing.
Okay, and is he sitting down?
If you asked him to sit down, he would sit down next to you or across
Yeah, I
from you.
do.
Okay.
And I'm gonna cast a spell.
Okay. Are you doing this, trying to do this subtly or no?
Yeah, subtly.
Okay. You can make a sleight of hand check. Okay. And what are you trying to cast?
Modify memory.
Okay. As you begin to start to make the moments, as you begin to start to make the movements to begin casting the spell, in a very quick succession, just in a blur, his hands move and he's holding a heavy crossbow at your throat.
Oh,
Now.
I want him
Calm
for his roll.
Calm yourself. He didn't roll. He used his passive.
Do I see this?
If you're paying attention, you just watch in a blur of movement. Eli started to do something with his fingers. Well, you can make a perception check. I would say with your passive, you also saw this. If you were paying attention,
Okay, cool.
With an 18, you totally saw Eli start to make a maneuver, and then you totally saw this little goblin pull a heavy crossbow on him.
I would like to make a maneuver as well.
Okay, what would you like to do?
My sword. I would like to draw my sword and have it pointed towards him. I guess I do this in it.
Correct.
I mean,
You're going over there and drawing. You are intoxicated. You're going over to him and you're drawing your sword. And in answer to your question,
Yes.
Eli, he doesn't know what you're casting, but he could see that you were doing something. And he appears to be very jumpy.
I think in like most in a world like Eberron, when you're people that cast magic on people, it's probably it's probably incredibly rude and taboo. I mean,
He
I
doesn't
imagine
realize
if
I'm
today-
casting magic on him though.
He just saw you start to do something, and he immediately, that was his response, as he pulled his crossbow on you. Now, doesn't look like he's going to shoot you, but he is smiling and looking you in your eyes. He's just sort of like taking you in now, like looking you up and down.
I look at him very rude. What a rude person! And I snap my finger like my mage hand. I cast mage hand, and the mage hand goes up to the bar and gets a drink. And
oh, so now you're stealing drink from the bar? No, I'm just kidding. Ender, you are going towards them, correct, with your weapon?
Yes.
Okay.
That was a reaction when I saw that.
Okay. When you get to the table, you're a little wobbly on your legs, and you said you drew your sword.
My hands on my sword. Yes.
Okay, so you haven't fully drawn it.
This thing unfold. If this guy has a crossbow to the throat of Eli, I'm going to be quite angry.
Yeah, this is literally Han Solo and the other bounty hunter sitting down at a table, and he's holding a gun. Yeah, Greedo. Sorry, I was blanking on his name. He's Greedo holding up Han Solo at the table at this point. This is what you see. It went from conversation to being held at heavy crossbow point, if you will. And now Eli is now using his mage hand to grab a drink and bring it over to himself. And you watch as the cup just sort of floats past your ear as you approach and begin to pull your weapon. And what do you do, Eli?
what is the meaning of this? Please, do you mind if I finish my spell?
A spell that you are planning to cast on me.
No, on me.
On you.
How do you think I hold so many drinks?
And you watch now as he's relaxing his grip with one of his hands. He's still holding the heavy crossbow, but now it's sort of slack. He's no longer pointing it no longer pointing it at your throat. And with his other hand, you can see now his claws are very long. And he just sort of drags a claw across his tongue. And you can see now his blood begins to well up on the surface of his tongue. And when he does so, his eyes flash and begin to glow a bit. And make a strength saving throw, Eli. He doesn't do this in a way that's subtle at all. Okay.
Is he casting a spell?
He does cast a spell. He appears to be casting something on you.
I'll counterspell it.
You're going to counterspell it? Okay. I mean, this is less a spell and more of like an ability that he uses. But I'll allow it. You felt as though like you felt like you were not going to be able to move. Like you suddenly felt like you weighed like 1,000 pounds. And your movements became very sluggish. As he cast something on you that seemed to like make all of your movements slow down. And then he looks at you, and then he just sort of relaxes his heavy crossbow to the side, looking at you with his tricorn hat, just sort of gestures and lifts it up at you as sort of like a bit of a reverence. And he says, "We don't need to pretend that either one of us understand each other beyond the fact that we are both very dangerous people. Do we?"
No, but see, you are afraid you're too jumpy here.
Jumpy? No, my friend, no. I have not lived as long as I have without being wary of men such as yourself. And the people that I worked for were just as dangerous as you. So you'll excuse me if my reaction to your little attempt at casting something, I assume that's what you are going to do? And if it was not, I apologize. I meant no offense. Again, I am on a bit of a vacation, if you will, here. You, I have no doubt that you are a powerful spellcaster. Clearly, you and your companions are mighty. I would not have asked for your services if I thought you were fools. I could hire any fool to throw their lives away on this task, but that's not what I wish. I am an honorable goblin. I am an honorable man. And it is important that you understand as well as I understand you. So let the both of us come to an understanding now and be 100% honest about ourselves and our intentions. You are obviously toyish. I apologize. It is rude of me to speak in my own tongue. You are clearly a dangerous man.
Yes, you could say that. And clearly you have some talent too.
Well then, why don't we make a deal beyond your companions? You wish to know who my employers were. You seemed adamant to know. We are performing this task for the Arcane Congress, so that you understand just how serious our employers are, and the potential consequences if we fail. Now you understand. Yes, please. By all means, roll an insight check.
I feel like he's lying out of his ass.
He seems on the up and up. He seems pretty genuine. Ender, are you still standing there watching this go down?
Yes.
You can
I think
you can make an
my
insight
hand
check
is
as
on
well.
my sword.
I'll tell you what, you can make an insight check as well. Because he's not like looking at you. He's not doing that in like a way that appears to be like he's ignoring you. He's intently focused on Eli at this point. Yeah. When he mentions this arcane congress, you get a general idea of what that is, and he seems to be very much so telling the truth. That they are working for the Arcane Congress, that they are performing this task specifically for the Arcane Congress, or someone potentially in the Arcane Congress. Would you like to roll a history check? Or I could just give you a general what you would necessarily know what that is.
Yeah, just give me a general. I'm gonna probably fail a history check.
No worries. You would know that the Arcane Congress was established by King Galifar I in the year 15, Year of the King, or YK. And most everyone knows that they are essentially the opposite side of the 12. They are not Dragon Mark spellcasters. They are specifically wizards and other spellcasters that advise like the monarch of Onder, which of course you have all encountered the monarch of Onder.
Is that the monarch, the one with the daughter, the princess,
and the prince? Yes, that you met back in Onder. So they, to your knowledge, general knowledge, just quick, like you hear him speak it. They're a very powerful group of spellcasters, linked to the kingdom of Galifar. And you you may not grasp the gravity of this statement to Eli. But anyone who has heard the term Arcane Congress would know that that might make Eli a bit nervous. He's continuing to look at you, Eli, and he says, "I have revealed my cards, so to speak."
What does the Arcane Congress want out here?
What do any who have power and wish more of it wish to do? Study the unknown. Understand the indescribable. I do not know or understand why they would want these creatures, other than to say that they are willing to pay a very hefty sum. And they gave us a considerable amount of time to accomplish this task. And I will not lie when I say that this place, the Shadow Marches, have provided us with a plethora of kingly gifts for our patron. And that we will benefit greatly from delivering. Now, if we are still on the same page, so to speak, and you and your companions agree to our terms, then by all means, let's put away the unniceties and let's stop trying to one-up each other and attack each other. And let's just continue to have a nice evening here in Markennock's Tavern.
Agreed.
And he now turns and regards you, Ender, with a very curt nod. My lord.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to nod.
You honor me with your attempt to assist your companion. I would not have ended his life. But you must understand that I cannot take even the slightest disgrace to me without some sort of response.
I'm going to slur a little bit, nod, and just take a few steps backwards.
Okay. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk or speak to him about, Eli? Or you, Ender?
No.
Thinking about taking another shot of that Hero's Flood, to be honest with you.
Eli?
Nope, that is on.
Okay. And with that, he says, Artiget gets up and he calls out to Mackinac and says, "A round of drinks for my new friends, please, on me. In fact, I'm feeling generous. Mackinac, by all means, their tabs I will cover. If that is okay with you." And he now looks to you, Eli, to you, Ender, and to Zito, and to Music. And just looking around and clocking everyone else that he has taken, seeing you all conversing and moving around through the tavern together. He is assuming that he knows each of you are together, the 7 of you. So he's speaking in sort of a general term.
He's gonna go, "Yeah, that's great." He's gonna yawn and go fall asleep on Ari's lap or something.
Okay. Zito just hops up in Auri's lap like a little corgi and falls asleep.
Perfect.
Got a snoozing, got a passed out Ranger, a passed out Zito. What would you all like to do now?
I'm going to Music, and I'm gonna look at him and raise an eyebrow a little bit and hold up one finger. I'm not saying much at the moment.
One shot coming up.
Oh, you're gonna drink some more?
What am I rolling?
Oh, that's a Constitution saving throw.
He's insane.
No, he's a man's man.
I would also like to use my Indomitable, or whatever it's called, where I roll a second time. It's
okay, go ahead.
Alright, cool.
Are you going to take the Advanced Heroes Challenge or just the regular Heroes Challenge?
Okay. You take 25 acid damage as you suck down another shot from this bottle. Mackinac was kind enough to assist you with removing that stopper that they had. Put the stopper under the counter and then gave you one that was a little easier for one of a smaller statured humanoid to remove.
Okay.
So once again, it burns. Your tongue is swollen. You're kind of slurring your words even more so. And your stomach now has a dull ache that has crept in. And Ender cough a few times. Ender coughs a few times, coughing up a few blood bubbles. It's not unlike having an ulcer.
And
like you sort of retch up a bit of that substance.
I raise my hand to to music and in a fist, like I'm about to raise a finger. And I hold up one more finger.
Okay.
Are you going for the regular challenge or the advanced challenge?
Oh gosh, what's the advanced
I don't have
challenge?
any word. So if you're expecting like an answer from Ender, you're not getting it. I don't think I can talk at the moment.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go up to Ender.
He's not able to form words at this point. It just sounds like.
I'm gonna go up to Ender. I'm gonna point at him, and I'm gonna hold my arm up like I'm flexing it. But then I'm gonna point at him again and hold up like I'm flexing both arms, and then I'm gonna wait for him to respond.
I'm gonna hold up one finger.
Why isn't Eli trying this?
Eli, you want to take the advanced challenge?
Oh no, I am already advanced.
Very well. Anyone else?
Hey, it's
That's
a
a
natural 20.
Should have took the advanced challenge.
What do you mean? I am doing the advanced challenge. I'm on my second
Oh, you are?
challenge. That's,
Now, if you're
that's
doing
shot
the
number
advanced
2.
challenge, hold on.
Whoa, wait. I'm.
Are you? He's
row.
hexing you.
Are you ready, sir?
Oh my god. All
I've
right,
got
I'm gonna
2 spells
look
coming
at
at
him
you.
like,
Get ready.
Hit me.
Oh shit. I'm pretty sure he passed that.
He passed the Bane, but he's still hexed. You have disadvantage on that Constitution save. Roll again, please.
You got it.
Oh yeah. That's
Bottoms up.
39 acid damage to you, Ender.
I really hate the robot.
Is he coughing up blood?
He is vomiting blood at this point.
I'm gonna slap him on the back like a
over
man.
the floor. All over the floor.
Look at how tough this guy is. He is a beast. Nobody can withstand him. Don't worry, if you die, I can bring you back.
Ender's not
like
able
a man, everybody.
Unfortunately, Ender, you're not able to form words. It just the very thought of trying to talk makes you wince in pain. As you feel drunk, you feel drunk, and as if someone just poured a whole bottle of acid down your throat.
All right, so I'm going to stand strong, stand tall. I'm gonna raise my fist, and I'm going to hold up my finger. 1. And at this point, this is when I fall over and pass out.
Look at him go.
Make a Constitution saving throw, Ender. Let's see if you actually pass out. Ender, you start wobbling. You feel like you were about to pass out, and then you just sort of collapse against the side of the bar, holding yourself up. Radabon and Jekt at this point have just sort of come up behind you and scoop you up, one arm under each armpit, and pull you to your feet.
I'm gonna cast lesser restoration on him. He's back to fine.
Okay. You're able to speak again, Ender, as you're looking, blinking tears out of your eyes, staring at music, as music is holding now the bottle in his hand and sort of sloshing it back and forth. And you can see the arcane magic which wafts off of his hand after he touches you, and his hand pulls away from your body.
Has there ever been a greater hero in the history of Eberron? I think not. Look at this man. I bet he's ready for another shot.
Puckle just sort of leaps up, bounding leap. This is the craziest thing you've ever seen. He leaps 15 feet, lands on the top of the counter next to you, Ender, reaches out, grabs your hand, and tries to pull it up in the air, and once again calls out, "Cavalar!" And again, blood of the word, just an exclamation of amazement, and looks to you and clasps his hands together and is bowing in reverence to you.
My eyes are getting heavy. Knees weak.
Mom spaghetti?
No. I cast restoration on you. You're fine. You just don't get your hit points back. You're strong as can be.
Yeah, you're no longer inebriated, basically. You just it's and you were feeling it, your head, Mom spaghetti, and now you're back to normal. You're feeling you're feeling the effects of that acidic drink working on your guts, but other than that, all that work that you've done over the last hour or so drinking has gone away.
This is the strongest man in all of Eberron. Here, hold this coin. I'm gonna cast heat metal on it. Show him how tough you are.
Huh?
Wow.
I hold on to it.
What's he got to do?
Not drop it.
Okay.
I don't know what
Are you
I'm
ready?
doing. Uh-huh.
Eli, is this a good idea?
It's up to you. I am not I'm not the mom. And he points over at Lathana, sleeping. She's the only one.
I look over at Eli and I say, "Mob."
It's a Constitution save. He's got this. I have faith in him.
Let's go.
I believe in him.
Oh,
But he's still hexed.
Eli starts chanting, "Ender, Ender."
Radabon and Jekt are still holding you up. They're not. Your arms aren't under your armpits, Ender, but they're bracing you and looking at you like a bit of look of concern on their faces as they look at you, Ender. All right,
He
so that's
succeeded.
He succeeded. I'm pretty sure he rolled a 10. That's a failure. So.
Oh yeah, he did it before I cast it.
No worries.
Yep. Here we go.
So you take 12 fire and necrotic damage, Ender, as this coin that's in your hand suddenly begins to glow white hot, almost pink in your hand, and there's a smell of burning flesh that is sizzling in your hand, and you immediately go to like fling it off of your hand, and it hits the ground. And now
Can we make him make a Constitution save to see if he drops it? I think he's man enough to hold it.
I mean, he failed his con save, so he would have dropped it.
Yeah.
So it's now starting to cool off. It's going white hot to pink to orange, and then back to the color, the patina of the coin. And now you have a coin-shaped burn on your hand, Ender. Doesn't feel nice.
It was a cool looking coin too from the Abyss.
There's now a strange arcane marking, a scar, if you will, on you as you have been branded by this coin. And the whole entire establishment is going bananas at this point. More individuals, both human, half-orc, and everything in between, rush up and begin lifting you up into the air, Ender. The guy who was Mr. Big Shit, who shoved his hand in that 50-gallon basin earlier and almost got it bit off by a baby purple worm, is sitting in the corner staring just the biggest, nastiest FU look ever from across the bar. And everyone is calling your name, Ender, 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 and just carrying you around the establishment, like lifting you up and just sort of bouncing you up in the air in their arms.
As they're doing that, I'm playing like slow, heavy death metal through my loudspeakers and announcing his manliness like a monster truck rally announcer.
Oh my god.
Okay, what's the announcement? How do you make the announcement? Or should I say, what announcement do you say?
Has there ever been a greater man in the history of Eberron? I think not. It is Ender. He will end you. No one will ever defeat him in battle. And single-handedly, he is the strongest creature in all of existence.
get that in writing?
Wow,
this,
can you get it?
Ender, as you pass by the bar, Puckle leaps off of the bar again and is now standing on your tummy, looking at you with like glee, his eyes wide as mad. He's got hair coming off him in different areas, hair coming out of his ears, and he is thrusting his arms up in the air, and he is now yelling your name. Ender, Ender, Ender.
Out of character here real quick. I'm the dumbest player here. How do we get this far?
I don't know, but as you're going by the window, I cast minor illusion, and a dragon leans in and high fives you.
That's not minor.
Yeah,
Can't minor a 5 be.
it's a very tiny tiny dragon. It's like a Mushu from Mulan sized dragon.
No, it's just the claw and an eyeball. That's all they see.
And the little Puckle is again, he's calling out, Dragoos, send out a Dragoos.
Even the dragons respect him.
And this goes on for a little while, and eventually the crowd, they start to quiet, and they set you back down respectfully onto the floor once again. And again, it's only been about maybe, I would say, an hour and a half, not even 2 hours that you've been in this place. Was there anything else that you wanted to accomplish here?
Yes, I want to buy Bob.
Okay. Well, then you can go talk to Mackinac.
I'll walk up to the bar. Hey, friends!
Eli walks over towards the imposing Etten, and as you get there to the counter, you can see now that Mackinac is puts a hand up to you, and he says, "I'll be with you in a moment. Oh, miss, please, come in." And now gestures towards the archway, the doors, the only entrance, the large entrance into this place. And do you look in that direction, Eli?
Yes.
Any of you who are still conscious, looking over now, you can see an individual, a humanoid individual, stooped over slightly, holding a walking stick, which is gnarled. It just looks like they took like a tree branch and turned it into a walking stick. They're wearing sort of a very short outfit. It looks like a mixture between a dress and a tunic, which is filthy and riddled with holes. And they have sort of a shawl that seems to be composed of twigs and mud and leaves, which cascade over their shoulders and down their back. Their features are half-orc. They have shaggy black hair, which cascades over the front of their face and almost completely covers the eyes. And they're wearing some sort of a strange headdress that resembles a beehive. In fact, as you look at it and gaze at this beehive-like hat, you can now see little insects which are crawling out of holes on the sides, and some of them are now beginning to alight and fly in the air. They appear to be flying insects, possibly bees or hornets. And the individual just sort of taps their stick a few times on the wooden floor of this place. And you all begin, those of you who are awake are now hearing in hushed voices people saying a name, 2 words, over and over again, just whispering. You just hear all around you. And Mackinac now says, Good evening, Miss Maggie. The usual? And this strange half-orc, which has sort of a grayish, pinkish mottled skin, just sort of grins and begins slowly tapping their staff as they walk into this place. A cloud of hornets or wasps or bees following behind her. And that's where we're going to end for tonight.
Ooh.
She's not as cool as Ender.
I suppose.
And as Ender seems to be a bit tuckered out from his alcohol consumption.
No, I'm not tuckered out. I am going hard. Did you not see my roll?
I saw that 20.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Is Lithana drunk yet?
Well, I didn't ask for a check or a save, so I'm holding to that other Constitution save. Unless you'd like to.
She's really trying.
She's really trying to get drunk?
Yes.
Zito is drinking a thought under the table.
No.
I'm drunk and I didn't even drink.
Oh.
Music is contact drunk.
And the reason why I asked for a save versus a check is because this alcohol you've been drinking is very strong.
I feel fine.
Apparently. Lithana, after a while, just sort of slumps and hits her head on the bar and passes out.
Ooh, look at that charisma save.
Whew. What is music saving against?
I have no idea.
The charms of my companions. They're very attractive people.
Saving against the sexiness that is that hulking Warforged.
Well, you know, we don't really identify as male or female. He is kind of attractive.
Actually, that's not true.
Really?
Warforged do have male and female, and what one would consider an other or a they and them personalities.
Well, music is fairly slender, and he's a little fluid. He doesn't really care. It's some nonsense he picked up on the plains. He's gender fluid.
Very well.
Yeah, if you ever need music to dress up in a dress and go into somewhere, he is 100% cool with it. Matter of fact, he's wearing a dress right now.
Wearing his ball gown into the bar.
Well, he's wearing a skirt. It's a really pretty black skirt. Very nice material. Of course, where he got it from, the men do wear skirts like that, so, you know, it's not really feminine. I mean, in his eyes, he looks very masculine right now.
You guys have barely been in town a few hours, and you already have potentially 2 jobs.
You know, it's a shame, though. These people could really use that money. But so could we.
Yeah, yeah, Eli always takes his cut.
Oh, we know.
That's funny. I was thinking he was going to say something really low. And I'm like, Eli doesn't get up without saying 10,000 gold. And then he's like, 75. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll entertain this idea. I want to buy Bob.
You want to buy Bob?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. I want to ask, how much is Bob?
How much you got?
A little gold. Not much.
I am but a poor
75,000
adventurer.
gold pieces.
And but a poor adventurer. I'm kind of bummed that I lost that audio. That we started out so nice.
Yeah, it
Pretty
happens.
cool. Yeah.
But I'm serious. I want to buy Bob.
You want to buy Bob?
Yes, I do.
No.
Why?
Derek,
You'll find out.
not everything is for sale, Derek.
Just hold on. Just
definitely isn't if you don't
entertain the
ask.
idea. Exactly. I'm definitely asking.
I mean, apparently he has more than one. It's all good.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Ryan, you have like the best dry humor captions. Like,
That's amazing. Eli's like, can I buy the Bob Worm thing?
Yes, I will like it. Can I buy Bob?
It's the sound of Eli when he gets bit for the first time.
Yeah,
I would
buy
like to
Bob?
assist him. I will assist them. They would take really good care of it.
Yeah, see? Please.
see, we can stick it in a bag of holding, and Zara will not
Suffocate
open
it.
that bag of holding in the middle of a combat.
What we'll do is we'll get a
Like-
fake bag of holding and put him in it, and then tell everybody that's where we keep all of our treasure. So if anybody tries to steal it, they get a handful of Bob.
You mean
I
his
have a-
bag of holding? And Zito holds up his bag of devouring.
See, Eli has a plan here. See, I've been holding on to a scroll for a long, long time.
So is this plan that what you're saying now in canon, like you're having this conversation in front of the two shifters and
Oh, no.
Are we playing now or what's going on? Or is
Yeah,
this
Yeah, Derek, let's wait till everybody gets back because this is about to get good.
Yeah, dude. I've literally, like, I've had a scroll for a very long time, and I finally think I have a use for it.
Okay.
And then I need Zito's help on my second thing.
We'll see if Zito's sober enough for that.
He rolled a 20. He's pretty sober.
We don't have to do it now. But I need your help. We got to make sure this thing fails.
Yeah, Zito might have rolled a 20, but I'm thinking Zito's drunk, but he's that confident drunk. He's not just like the mess that Lathana is.
Yeah, just because he rolled a 20 doesn't mean he's going to stop drinking.
See, that's why you drink very high class wine. The alcohol doesn't affect me.
What? That's not how it works.
I'm pretty sure that's the exact opposite. Wine gets you drunk faster.
Yeah, you got to drink some of the stuff I mixed together, Derek. Oh my god.
But, yes, I guess.
I got this rattlesnake margarita that would knock you in your ass.
But that's not margarita, not high class wine.
Yeah, but it's
I'm
made
pretty
with some
sure
pretty
wine
high
is
class
still more-
Patron.
Yeah.